Launching a crypto project is not about code. It is not about who has the best product. Instead, the winners in this industry, like it or not, that is the game that we're playing, are the projects that have the ability to create the loudest community and have the strongest narrative. Crypto marketing is a game of who can be the loudest, who can take the most space, and who can rally the strongest community. And this right here is the spot that I've seen most founders fail. I see all these great founders that are well-intentioned, that really want to build something cool, that want to change the industry, and that want to make money along the way, which is a great cause, are sitting here. They spend all their time working on their product only to launch and realize that most people actually don't care that much about the product. And these founders realize the hard way that they should have probably worked as hard on their marketing as they have on the product, which is why this training exists. And that is why I've made this training. For most of this industry's history, the secrets of marketing were gatekept behind a few people. A lot of it was about who do you know? Which network can you access? Are you part of the cabal or not? Do you have access to the cabal or not? Or do you have the ability to buy your way into this industry or not? And I'm making this course based on a year of Web3 marketing experience, as well as the over 250 clients that we've worked with at Unfungible. We've had the ability to learn what works great, and what doesn't work as well. And in this training, I'm gonna be revealing everything to you. You're gonna know exactly how do you build a project that is, first of all, marketable in crypto. Then you're gonna learn what are the step-by-step process that you need to follow to be able to get your product into the marketplace and launch while spending as little money as in marketing, because again, we wanna be as resourceful as possible while still having the highest chances of success. The material that I'm gonna be sharing with you is not based on theory. These are tested and proven strategies that we've worked on with our clients, as well as me having applied it to build Unfungible into the business that it is today. If this is the first time we meet, I'm Leon Abboud. I'm the founder and CEO at Unfungible, and Unfungible was started at the beginning of the bear market. And a lot of me building Unfungible was learning, how the hell do I market this thing? How the hell do I speak to my target audience? And how do I build in an industry that is skeptical of founders, not just marketing agencies, an industry that is skeptical of all founders? Because in this industry, you are guilty until proven innocent. So I've spent a lot of time watching, studying, and reverse engineering the strategies of the projects and founders that have managed to succeed and market themselves well. Today, the portfolio of clients that we work with sits at over $10 billion in FDV, so fully diluted value. And we've worked with some of the biggest brands, many of whom you are probably a customer of. I'm gonna put on the website, because I want to make this video evergreen. On the website, there's gonna be all the logos, updated logos of the businesses that we've worked with, many of whom you will most definitely recognize. But just a personal note, my personal marketing journey didn't start at the beginning of the bear market in 2022 when I started Unfungible. I've been building online and digital communities since 2017. I studied engineering, and during that time, I started producing content and building internet communities around that niche. And there was a point where my communities were the fastest growing communities on the internet for that specific niche. So I think I know a thing or two about building internet communities and how do you bring people together around your ideas. Now, when it comes to the curriculum of this training, we are going to be breaking it down into 4 main phases, with the first phase being the pre-launch. So in the pre-launch, how do you build something that is even marketable? Because here's the thing, when it comes to marketing, your marketing brain should not only work with what is, but also shape what could become. What do I mean by this? As a marketer, or especially as a founder, your goal is not just to get a product and be like, cool, I got a book, and now it's like, how do I market this? No, instead it's like, how do I make this book marketable? What do I need to do to make this book more appealing to the masses? Because the best products, and this is especially true in crypto, the best products have virality baked into them. And that's what we're gonna be talking about in phase one. So we're gonna be talking about the ideal client profile, how do you stand out in a competitive industry, which is crypto, designing your unique narrative, and then how do you build a cult? Phase number two, we're gonna be talking about the launch kickoff. So this right here at Unfungible, we call this the graveyard of most projects, which is the cold start problem. This is the phase of marketing where you're just kicking off launch. Almost, it's that point where the airplane is taking off, where a lot of teams are unable to gain that initial traction. So they end up stuck paying these influencers and never get liftoff. And they just end up crashing into the wall. That's the cold start problem. And in this training, I'm gonna be showing you exactly how you overcome the cold start problem. Number two, we're gonna be talking about top of funnel multipliers, how to get more attention on your project. And we're gonna be talking about one of my favorite concepts, the founder funnel. Then we're gonna talk about the alpha strategy. Number four, how do you use the influencer marketing? How to use influencer marketing. Number five, collaboration strategy. 6, InfoFi. 7, spaces, live streams, and podcasts. And number 8, alternative strategies. PR, conferences, media buying, just some thoughts on those, what works, what doesn't. Then in phase number 3, we're gonna be talking about middle of funnel multipliers. Getting attention is great, but how do we convert that into metrics that actually drive business growth and business revenue? Eyeballs do not pay salaries. So how do we actually get the people that are seeing our project to take further action down our marketing funnel? Then, so in that process, we're gonna be talking about the community commitment curve, the discovery call strategy, one of my favorite Web3 marketing strategies. We're gonna be talking about the referral strategy and other strategies, including town hall communities, email marketing, and Web2 channels. And then finally, phase 4, which is virality enablers. How do you bake things that will make your project have a higher chance of going viral? And here we're gonna be talking about social proof, scarcity, creating hierarchies, and speaking to people's greed. These are the 4 phases that we're gonna be focused on in this training. Now, something very important before we move on. My goal with this training was to make this as evergreen as possible. So although crypto marketing moves in light speed, we happen to be working in the industry that changes the fastest. What I've made sure to do in this training is to focus on fundamental strategies. So as long as you are marketing to humans, the concepts that I'm going to be talking to you about today are going to be relevant. Although the nuances of the strategy might change a little bit, something else from the things we're talking about works a little bit better than the old thing because the space has changed, it's matured, or the strategy was overused. The fundamentals remain the same. So I want you to understand those strategies for what they are, strategies. So in your marketing stack, how can you use these strategies to succeed? Second thing I'm gonna say before we actually dive in is this course is solely focused on marketing to a crypto native audience. There's a full world right now that is opening under our feet of businesses breaking out of the core consumer, crypto consumer base into normie territory. So companies using Web2 marketing channels, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, to attract normies without them knowing that this is a crypto product that they're working on. This is a whole world that will require a dedicated course for it. But for this training specifically, we're gonna be focused on marketing on X specifically to a crypto native audience. Good, we're on the same page, amazing. So let's talk about phase 1, the pre-launch. How do we build a project people actually want? And the first thing that we need to do to first start asking ourselves this question is, who is our ICP, our ideal customer profile? What is that customer and what do they really want? What is surprising is that most crypto brands actually have never done that exercise themselves. They don't really know. Yeah, they know, yeah, I'm building for a crypto degen. But what type of degen? What do they really want? What are the small features that your product offers that really speaks to them? And for us to do this exercise, what I have for us here is what is called the Unfungible Ideal Client Profiler. So this right here is a sheet that you have the ability to download for free in a link, using the link directly below this video. It will just take you to a page. You just put in your email. That way we can send that over to you. And this is going to have 5 resources. So the Ideal Customer Profiler, some of the things that we're going to be filling in together during this training. Then we have the Blue Ocean Canvas. That's something we're going to be talking in phase 1 about as well. So then we have the VIP list right here, as well as the growth scorecards and the community commitment curve. These are all concepts that will come up a little bit later during the video. But let's start off with the Ideal Client Profiler. Now, the reason why this exercise is so important is because by doing this, it's going to reveal to us a lot of the things that we can do and shape our product to make it stand out and unique. Although you might be building something that is already commoditized, there's like, let's say you're building a DEX, there's like a million other DEXs, but how do we find something using some of the marketing strategies that will come later? How do we find one thing that will stand out for people? And we first need to understand, what does our ICP first look like? So what we're gonna first start doing is filling in that middle column, which is demographic and interest. So what are the traits? What traits are common among my ideal aspirational client? Who are these people? What do they look like? So for example's sake, what I'm going to be doing right here is I'm going to be using one of our clients, Brave, for this very example. And what we're going to be seeing is for the demographic interest, what is interesting with Brave, the reason why I picked Brave specifically, one of our partners, is because they have both the product side and then they have the token side. So Brave have the basic attention token, BAT, which is a very legacy OG type of token. It's a really old token. And it's an interesting example because it reflects a lot of, it encompasses a lot of the types of products that we've worked with at Unfungible. So either very product centric or token centric. So let's talk a little bit about, so what I've done here is I've filled in the demographic interests. So what are the traits that are common amongst my ideal or aspirational clients? This right here, I've reserved this for the actual product. So the product, what gets people to use their product? Well, these are people who care about their privacy. They are internet users. So they're not, internet normies. Internet normies are just, why would they care about dynamic privacy and all the tech stack that Brave offers? Tech savvy people. They are the rebel type of personality. 30 to 4-year-old, so a little bit older type of persona. Crypto native, Brave have noticed that they have the greatest market penetration amongst crypto native people. And then they want to attract advertisers who want to be in front of a younger audience demographic with higher purchasing power. So that is it for them. Now, previous action / purchases. What investments have they already made? What is their sunk cost? By they, it means the ideal customer profile. So what have my ideal customer profiles already done? And here I'm using the example of the token. So I'm just trying to shift things up for you. So these are people of legacy tokens. These are people who have been around for a while. They've bought into utility coins. So these are not necessarily people who would be meme coin traders, the pump fund crowd. These would be more like utility coin buyers. People who were likely around the 2017 ICO boom. And then people who bought coins like XRP and are big on Ethereum. So then key purchasing drivers. What causes them to take action? And then we're gonna, here I said for the token, perception of long-term upside. So to see that, okay, this token is going somewhere. Institutional interest, they need to know that there's institution behind it. AI-related expansions, and then they want to see the founding team be on, or these podcasts that have a very smart of an audience. So for you, what I would do now is I would pause this video and I would fill this in. What traits do they have in common? What previous investments have they already made? And then what key purchasing drivers drive your ideal audience? All right, now step number 2 is what we're gonna do is we're gonna fill in the before and after. For the before, what is very important is it's important to know what is it that drives our customer. What is their current situation and where do they plan on going? What is very different about Web 2 versus Web 3 marketing is that in Web 2, a lot of marketing is about pinpointing the pain point that our ideal customers have, emotionally amplifying how that has affected their life, and then positioning our product as a solution to this. It's a very logical mathematical equation. In Web 3, for example, you can't make an ad that says, are you tired of being poor? And you being poor has made you unable to ever get a girlfriend and you can't go out with your friends. And because you can't go out with your friends, you feel sad and lonely on a Saturday night. And well, guess what? Use our product. Our product can help you do 1, 2, 3. In crypto, a lot of it is more subtle. It's subtle, more indirect marketing. So your goal is to still communicate the things that your audience wants without communicating it. Instead, you have to show in different ways. You have to paint a picture. You have to paint a story using more storytelling, but less words. But the fundamentals remain the same. Your ideal customers want to go through a transformation, or else why would they even take action? What is that transformation? And then using that, you're going to know how can you embed that within your messaging. So before, what does your customer have? Think about it as time. Do they have time or do they not have time? For example, in the example of Brave, a lot of the customers hire older persona. They don't necessarily have time. But if you're selling to a degen crowd, they have a lot of time. They're in university perhaps, and they spend their day on their computer. Money. Do they have money? Do they not have money? Do they have a purchasing power or not? Do they have a great credit score or not? Do they have a big wallet portfolio or not? What's their NFT bag like? Do they have access to a tool that they can use to trade if this is your market or not? Do they have access to the information that will help them make better financial decisions if that's what you're selling or not? So think about in that section, think about it: time, money, access, knowledge, network. Think about the things that they have. Now, how do they feel? Because of what they have, how has it made them feel? Has it made them feel frustrated that they always miss the next runner because they don't have time? Or do they feel frustrated because they are unable to get into the big KOL rounds like other of their KOL friends because they don't have money to do so? Are they frustrated because they keep finding themselves missing the next trend? Or they are unable to build the project of their dream because they don't have access to the right information? What has the feeling, what are the consequences of the before halves? What has this caused to them to miss out on? Then, what does their average day look like? Are these people on their computer all day? Are you selling to people that are only on their computer for 2 hours a day? Maybe they have family, maybe they have kids, so you have to catch them in a certain way. Do they invest daily or not? Do they check their portfolio daily or not? What does their average behavior on a day-to-day look like? And then the status. Where are these people? Where are these people in their lives today? An example of a status is perhaps your ideal customers are trying to make their first $100,000 so they can move out of their parents' basements. You know, there was recently WAP. Maybe you've seen WAP, maybe not. But a lot of their marketing, great internet marketing. They're a great example of using indirect marketing to sell the dream. They paint the picture of how to make your first dollar on the internet and the freedom this will create for you. It's a great example of a company that understands their buyer ideal customer profile incredibly well. So where are these people in their lives today? What is the transition that they are experiencing? For example, for Unfungible, for this channel, I know that a lot of my viewers are founders that are building their company. So they're in that transition point between the ideation and the execution. That's the status for them. They're looking to build a network. They're looking to gather the information that will help them have a successful outcome. That is the status of my audience that watches my content, and this could be you. After we are done with the before, then we're going to paint the after. And the after is literally the inverse of the before. So let's say they have no time, money, access, knowledge, network. Well, after, the goal is, if this is your project, is you're going to give them the knowledge, you're going to give them the access, you're going to give them the experience, you're going to give them the tools that they need to succeed at fill in the blank of before. Then how do they feel because they were able to achieve the after? They feel relieved. They feel like they are one step closer to being able to leave their job. I know there's a lot of people in crypto that want to build businesses. They want to make enough money so they can quit and go full-time crypto because that's the industry that they love. What does success feel like for your customer? That is a good question. What does success feel like? Then their average day, now that they have their new life, what does the average day look like? For for WAP, for example, they were showing the beginning as someone in his basement, and then after it was someone at the beach surfing with his computer. This is the after transformation. What does the ideal lifestyle of your customer look like? And then status. Where are they in their life? They bought their first home. They put down their first deposit. They are wearing a Rolex. They are driving a Lambo. What is the ideal future state that you're trying to communicate? So now that we understand a little bit better who our ideal customer profile is, we now have the ability to create a product that is unique to them. And this is where we're going to be talking about step number 2, which is how do we stand out in a sea of competition? Now for this part, what I'm going to introduce you to is a concept called the law of leadership. This is a concept that I've spoken about quite a lot on this channel, especially in the last couple of videos, because that is how important it is. The law of leadership says that once the number one spot in the marketplace is taken, it is incredibly difficult to take that spot back from the number one participant. Just think of OpenSea and Blur. OpenSea positioned itself as the number one marketplace for NFTs. And then Blur tried to come in and steal the market share. And although they were able to for a couple months, what happened after the incentives vanished? OpenSea went back to becoming number one. And even if you remove all the incentives and you put OpenSea and Blur, people's behavior will always revert back to OpenSea because in people's minds, OpenSea was the first one. Magic Eden did the same thing for Solana NFTs. And although they tried to introduce Ethereum NFTs, guess where most of the Ethereum volume is? Although it's a lot of time it's the same buyer persona. I buy Ethereum NFTs on OpenSea and Solana NFTs on Solana because that is how my behavior was wired from the first day that I interacted with NFTs. So the law of leadership says that it is very hard to dethrone the number one spot. And the reason why this is super important for us in crypto is because most of the founders that I've seen failed. I recently ran an audit of our entire pipeline, CRM pipeline for Unfungible. And we have over 3,000 projects that my team and I have spoken to one-on-one. Yes, we have a very big sales department. We're very strong on sales. And over the last 4 years, we're a team of 8 people in the sales department. Do the math, it's not that much. But I recently went back and looked at all the projects that we've spoken to back from 2024, 2023, and 2022. And I noticed that most of them disappeared, like they're no longer around. They're not marketing anymore. And one of the things that they all had in common is that these were Me Too businesses. A Me Too business is nothing but a business that is literally just that. It's a company that their main value proposition is Me Too. I'm a DEX as well. I'm a marketplace. I'm an AI agent. I'm an AI token. I am another base application. And perhaps the only value proposition that they have is we are 20% cheaper than the competition, or we're 20% faster, or we're 30% better, or we have a 50% better UI experience. But it's a Me Too business with a slight iteration of the business model. And truth be told, as good of a product you come up with, if the number one spot is taken, it'll be very hard to do so. Let's do this exercise. Who became the number one most used DEX on Ethereum? So the first in people's minds to be used by most was Uniswap. Guess who's the number one today? Uniswap. SushiSwap came in and tried to use some incentive campaigns to take market share, and the moment the incentive campaigns ended, So the market share of SushiSwap. Who was the number one DEX on Solana? Radium. Back then. Who's number one today? It's Radium. Who became the number one meme coin deployer? Pump Fun. We saw Bonk recently try to take market share away. Guess how that turned out? Although it started for a couple of days, they had more volume than Pump Fun. Guess where most of the volume is back to? Pump Fun. Same thing applies for not just crypto businesses, but for Web2 businesses as well. Who was the first company to become the first imported beer in the United States? It was Heineken after World War II. Who's still number one today? Heineken. Who positioned themselves as the number one premium beer in the US? Miller. Who is still that? Miller. Every single category, the law of leadership works. And here's the interesting thing, and how this applies to a project, and how do we use the exercise that we did with the ideal customer profile. Here's how it works. So every ecosystem has a number one, number two, number three. So Bitcoin, BTC, is number one blockchain. Like, they are number one blockchain. You can never replace Bitcoin. They are number one. That is the value proposition alone. ETH has become number one smart contract chain. Sol has taken the spot to be number one high speed, low fees chain. That is the number one spot. And we've seen a lot of narratives come out with the Ethereum killer and the Solana killer and the Bitcoin killer. And none of those, although it's a good slogan and it gets people excited, none of those actually end up panning out. The number one smart contract chain will remain Ethereum, no matter if AVAX has better technology. Ethereum will remain. Same with Solana. But here's what is most interesting. Even under each ecosystem, you have number one, number two, number three, number four spots for different niches. So let's go under Ethereum, for example. Let's take Ethereum as a category. So I'm going to put this in yellow. Under Ethereum, what we have is we've had different players come in and take different parts of the market share. So who became the number one DEX for DEXs? So let me actually organize it this way. So who became the number one DEXs? We had the marketplace all of a sudden have number 1, 2, 3, 4. And then what happened is the marketplace did its thing, and then we started having number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4. Then we had NFT marketplaces with OpenSea and then Super Rare and all these other ones. And same thing with stablecoins on Ethereum. Who's the number one stablecoin on Ethereum? Who's the number one AI agent on ETH? Who's the number one NFT PFP? Who's the number one IP NFT PFP? And you get the idea. And what's interesting is we always have new categories that are opening up at every moment. So based on what you know so far about what I'm sharing right now, there is no spot to become a Me Too business. Instead, the right play is to find a way to become a one-on-one. So you create a market that you are the only player that is competing in. This is a concept that is called the blue ocean strategy, where you're the only player in your ocean versus, this is from the book, by the way, Blue Ocean Strategy, versus competing in a red ocean, where you have all these players that are taking stabs at each other and are trying to go after each other's marketplace. This is a red ocean, and this one, it's bloody. You don't want to be competing in a red ocean. Instead, you want to be building in a blue ocean. And before we discuss the couple ways to build a blue ocean for yourself, it's very important to understand that from a buyer psychology perspective, being in a blue ocean removes decision fatigue and comparison fatigue. People are saturated. Everyone has seen the newest GameFi project. Everyone has seen already millions of AI tokens. Everyone has seen another Frankenstein of the project that came before it. Everything looks the same. But the moment you create something new, unique, and you own your own category, that as we're gonna see right now, is the moment you have all of a sudden the ability to create something that clicks in people and they cannot compare you with something else. The worst thing to do is to become known as, oh, you're like this company, right? We've seen this in the NFT space, any company. So the anime niche is dominated by Azuki. And we see any company that tries to create an anime collection, they just become compared to Azuki. Oh, it's like, yeah, you guys are like Azuki. So you start seeing all these comparisons. And this is the worst spot to be in, being compared to the number one spot. So that is something super important. Becoming number one means that you have the ability to remove decision and comparison fatigue, and you all of a sudden stand out in the eyes of the marketplace. All right, so now the question is, how do we build our own blue ocean? And there's a couple ways of doing so, from complex to simpler. So I'm gonna be telling that to you right now. So the first way, which is a little bit more complex and requires more product work, is to work on the actual features of your business so that it is uncomparable to any other business that exists. And the way we do this is by drawing the blue ocean canvas. So I'm actually going to be naming this one right here for us. This is going to be called the blue ocean canvas. So the blue ocean canvas. And here's how it works. And this is, I would invite you as you watch this to implement this very exercise. So the way the blue ocean canvas exercise works, and this is from the book Blue Ocean Strategy. It's a great book, great business book. They studied it in MBA school. I read the book back in 2018, man. It's been a while. What you do is you map out all the different features that the competition offers or that the marketplace offers, with the y-axis right here being importance and the x-axis being the different features that exist. I'm going to be using the example of yellowtail wine. So I've used the example in my previous videos about the Blue Ocean Strategy. I've used the example of Cirque du Soleil, which is Circus of the Sun. They completely revolutionized the circus industry using the Blue Ocean Strategy canvas. I want to use another case study of yellowtail wine. So previously, before yellowtail came, what the wine industry was mainly known for is sophistication. So a lot of it was, how's the wine made? Where is it made? What is the historical value of the wine? It's like all these small things that made the wine special. So previously, and I'm gonna use red, previously it was very important, the heritage of the wine. Number two, the wine was marketed to a high status persona. This was who the wines used to be marketed to. So I'm going to mark this somewhere around right here. Then we had fancy bottle design, which was somewhere also around here in importance. And then you have the old world, which is France, Italian wine. These types of wine they had all the allure, versus new world wine like Californian wine, Australian wine weren't popular. So a lot of it was old. What was important was that you had an old world wine. So these were kind of the features that the wine industry was competing with. Who has the more sophisticated bottle? Who has the highest heritage? Who has the higher status persona? Who can speak to high society better? Who has a fancier bottle design? Who has more heritage, so the old wine. And this is what the canvas looked like. Here's what Yellowtail came in and did. Now you're going to understand how that relates and how they created their own blue ocean in a very saturated industry. So when it comes to Yellowtail, what they did, for context, what is Yellowtail wine? It's wine bottles that you find in the supermarket that cost like $10. They were one of the first to commercialize the wine caps that you can just screw out. So you don't need like the opener, you just have, it's like a bottle. You can just like this, you can unscrew the wine itself. And they were the first company to do so. And imagine an industry where with the wine, but where it was very refined, very for connoisseurs, a company that comes in and you can open the thing like this and chug it on the street. Wasn't seen before. So that is Yellowtail. So what they did is that sophistication, they didn't make their wine sophisticated at all. They, if anything, they made it for the everyday person. High status persona. They were marketing it to university students. Focus on bottle design. None. There was like for them it's the kangaroo. Old world. None. They were an Australian wine. What they then focused on right here was young demographic. So they were one of the first to bring red wine into the college campuses, for example. That was their target audience. Then they developed the removed cork screw, the cork cap. I might be messing up the vocab, by the way. I'm not a wine connoisseur myself. Oh, then something very important is limited selection. So right here, I apologize if this is a little bit hard to read, but limited selection. So they created these new categories where, for example, young demographic, that is who they focused on, the fun, rebellious type. They removed the cork. So they made their design easy to use. That would be a better term to use, but they made it easy. And then limited selection. So for them, they only had like one type of wine. It wasn't like all the other brands that have these special limited edition drops and the chateau from here and that chateau from there, and that type of nuances. For them, it was very simple. So what they were able to do, Yellowtail, they were able to create a canvas that looks like this one. Yellowtail. And then we have traditional wines. Shall we do another example? Let's do another example. I love this exercise. Another example right here, and this is for Cirque du Soleil, which is Circus of the Sun, completely revolutionized the circus industry. I'm a big fan of Cirque du Soleil, by the way. It's a Montreal-based company, actually, where I studied. And anytime they are in a town that I'm in, I always try to go. I always try to be there. So here's what we're going to do. Let's map out the blue ocean canvas for them. So let's think about the circus industry. Previously, the circus industry had animals. They were cheap. Humor was a big part of it. Venues. So what types of venues? Celebrities. They would get the celebrity to come in and cameo and all of that. Family friendly. This was how the old circuses operated. So animals, a big part of synonymous, a circus, elephants. That's what you would go for. It was very cheap to go to a circus. You'd take the whole family, $20. Humor. You would go, you would see the clowns, you'd see the balloons. So the venue was not that much of an importance. Then the celebrities was a big part. So getting in local celebrities, and then family friendly. They tried to make it as family friendly as a space. And then here you have another one is multi stages. So old circuses, you would go and there's like the clowns here, and then the elephants over there, and then you had multiple stages you could go to. So this was also a big feature of the circus industry. This is how the blue ocean canvas looks like. What Cirque du Soleil did is that they came in and they completely eliminated the animals. They increased the price tremendously. Cirque du Soleil is expensive. You can go and pay $150, $200 for a ticket. Humor, kind of, but that is not, you don't go to Cirque du Soleil for the humor. The venue, they worked on getting very nice venues and super nice hotels. They kind of worked a little bit more on the venues than old circuses. Completely removed the celebrity element. You don't go to see a celebrity. Family friendly? No, it is not a family friendly place. And then multiple stages, they've completely removed the stage. Then what Cirque du Soleil added is that they added storytelling, music, production, and then elevated experience. So they added the storytelling, honestly. It's the most important part is the storytelling. Music production, what's very nice about Cirque du Soleil for anyone who enjoys music, there's a live band that is playing during the show itself. So there's a production team that is producing music during the show. So it's not pre-recorded. It's beautiful, I love it. And then elevated experience. It is a pretty elevated experience. You go, it's a refined experience, Cirque du Soleil. So you can see Cirque du Soleil came in and created this experience with their blue ocean canvas. Now, the reason I share this with you is, as you can probably tell from now, a lot of founders are just creating another business in the traditional sense of their space. They're just doing another DEX, another marketplace, another token, another meme coin, another of what already exists. It's like launching a wine, competing with all the established wine businesses using that exact same framework that we saw. Or just building a circus, another circus. So instead, the framework that I would invite you to think about as you are building your product is the following. And there's a reason why it was important to understand our ideal customer profile. What do they want? So here's the exercise that the Blue Ocean framework makes us do in the book. Number one, what can you increase? Number two, what can you decrease? Number three, what can you remove? And number four, what can you add? This, by the way, was the exact exercise that I did when I started Unfungible. So when I started Unfungible, the marketing, as you can imagine, the marketing niche was commoditized. There were a lot of players. So this very strategy is what allowed me to position Unfungible in a way that is very unique. The way we acquire customers is very unique. The way we nurture our customer base is very unique. The way we market ourselves is very unique. What we sell is very unique. Again, we focus on organic longevity versus quick hype. So we speak to a different type of consumer. We speak to a different market. And these are all things, although you watch this now and maybe you know Unfungible and you're like, yeah, it's obvious. It wasn't back then. Like now you go to the circus and it's obvious this is what a circus is with Cirque du Soleil. But it wasn't this. It wasn't common for agency owners to make YouTube videos and show themselves. Most agencies back in the days were just undoxed, hiding behind some NFT PFP. This was the reputation most agency owners had. And then I came in and I started making these 1 hour long case studies that no one was doing. That was my go-to market that I used. And the same fundamentals, I've done these exercises with my clients. I've ran these case studies. This not only works with, in my case, for the agency, but for every other brand. So going back to this, what can you increase? So out of the features that we have here, which ones can you, for example, in the case of Cirque du Soleil, they took something that was cheap, they increased it to make it very expensive. And I think a better thing to put here would be price, not cheap. So price, it was low, they increased it. The venue had low importance, they found a way to increase the importance of that feature. What can they decrease? So the humor, they decreased the humor. In Yellowtail, they decreased the bottle design. What can you decrease in terms of importance? Then, what can you remove completely? So removing the animals, remove the elephants. What are the features that your client take for granted that they don't actually need? This is not what will make them buy into your product or not. And then finally, what can you add? What is something that has not been seen in the marketplace that you can create and add for the first time? And this is where you get into that very section right here, where it's like the additives into your business model. So what you just learned is how do you design the core of your product to be unique and easier to market. Tomorrow, my time, I'm going to be showing you how do you use a simpler strategy to make your brand stand out although you might have a product that is commoditized. Everyone looks the same. But when you can combine the two, this is when you have something that is absolutely spectacular, that has a lot of potential to stand out. And by the way, if we go to our Unfungible Growth Flywheel dashboard, I made this section for you right here to make it easier to do this exercise. So in the expected features, what are the features that your team, that your customers expect to have? Like these are the non-negotiables. Then what are the overlooked features? Maybe you've been trying to work too much on the speed of your transactions, but your customers don't really care that much whether it's a 10-second transaction speed or an 8-second transaction speed. Maybe they don't care that much and you're spending too much time working on that specific feature. Maybe they don't mind that the fees are 20% more expensive or cheaper than the competition. It's just a good to have, but like, is that gonna make me buy into your product? So what are the overlooked features? These are going to be the features that you can remove. For example, like Cirque du Soleil, people didn't really care that much about the multiple venues. In the context of Yellowtail, there was a target audience that didn't care about the heritage of the brand. So what can you remove? And this is for a certain target audience. Some people will care, but the goal is to find an under-tapped market of people that don't really, there's no product that speaks to them specifically. And then right here, you're gonna map out what do you remove, reduce, increase, and add. And then if you want, you can paste your canvas, just like the one that we were doing right here. So right here, what we just did is we looked at how do we design our product to be unique and different in the marketplace so that it instantly stands out in the eyes of our ideal customers. Tomorrow, what we're gonna be doing is I'm gonna be showing you how do you take a feature that the industry takes for granted and position your whole brand around it so that you stand out. And when you can combine these two things together, you all of a sudden create a brand that stands out in the marketplace and will instantly garner curiosity, attention, and desire just because you are so unique and different in the marketplace. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 2. Yesterday, where we left off is we were looking at how do we stand out in a competitive marketplace by using the blue ocean strategy. Today, what I want to introduce you to is a second strategy that you can use and that you can combine with the blue ocean strategy. Now, before we get into it, if you've been enjoying this training so far, make sure you send it to your team over on Slack. Make sure they also catch up to this so that they are on the same page as you, or send it to a founder that you think would benefit from this. Now, the person that I want to introduce you to is no other than Claude Hopkins. Claude Hopkins is widely known today as one of the founding members of modern day marketing. And one of the specialties that Claude Hopkins has that he is known for today is his ability to turn what seems like the ordinary into the extraordinary. This is how anytime he would work on a campaign for the clients that joined his marketing agency, one of the things that he did is that he always tried to find something that consumers took for granted, and then he would create all his marketing around that specific feature. Let me give you an example. Over 150 years ago, one of Claude Hopkins' clients was a beer company called Schlitz beer. And Schlitz were a very average brand, beer brand. They were neither the first, neither the last. They were kind of in that awkward middle, I think number 5 in the United States. So the first thing Claude did when he took them on as a client is he went through the production plant of Schlitz. He went to visit the brewery, he went to see the processes, and he was walking with the general manager along the factory, taking notes. And he would ask specific questions. Oh, what is that machine? What does that do? Where do you get your water? Where do your barley seeds come from? What is that person doing over there? And he was just listening in, taking notes. And there was a point where he asked, why does the bottle that you guys use, why is it a brown colored bottle? And then the general manager says, oh, this is to preserve the beer from sunlight and keep the beer pure. And then the manager looks at Claude and he's like, by the way, Mr. Hopkins, nothing that I just showed you right now is unique to Schlitz. Every single beer in the United States does the exact same process. They all buy the water from the same place that we do. The barley is from the same place. Everyone's using the brown bottle. So Claude Hopkins went back and then crafted a marketing strategy for Schlitz. What he revolved his marketing around is the entire focus of the marketing campaign was the brown bottle phenomenon and positioned Schlitz as the pure beer company. And by doing this and focusing all the marketing, creating infomercials, educational content, and educating the marketplace of why Schlitz is using that brownish bottle color, he was able to position in people's minds Schlitz as the pure beer brand. And by doing so, Schlitz rose to becoming the top-selling beer brand in the United States during that time. This right here is the power of turning the ordinary into the extraordinary. And the way this is done is by taking a feature that the marketplace takes for granted that perhaps no one has thought about, and then using that as the primary feature that is marketed around. I recall when I posted a video talking about this phenomenon, I had a regular viewer of mine send me a message and he was like, Leon, you just clicked something in me. Now I understand why Lucky Strike, cigarettes, why are all the examples companies that are bad for you, beer company, wine businesses, cigarettes. Anyways, in the example of Lucky Strikes, he said, oh, now I understand why they said that the tobacco that they use is roasted. So they roast their tobacco. And every cigarette company roasts their tobacco. But Lucky Strike used that as their marketing. And they position themselves in people's minds as the roasted tobacco business. So based on the growth flywheel dashboard that we were working on yesterday, remember we were working on the ideal client profiler. Right here in the Blue Ocean canvas, what we have are the expected features. These are the features that are no-brainer for the clients. They need this, this is what they expect, or else they won't use the product. Then right here we have the overlooked feature. Now my question is, what in the overlooked features can you either remove, so this was one of the exercises of the Blue Ocean canvas, or what can you augment? What can you use as to be part of your core marketing messaging? And this is where you're going to be mapping out all the different types of features that you have. And I'll give you a couple examples. Let me tell you about Abstract. So Abstract did not revolutionize a lot of things. What they did instead is that they stole a word. They became known as the consumer blockchain. That is the word that they have branded themselves as. Are they the consumer blockchain today? No. But that is what they are known for and what they are building towards, consumer blockchain. And it was a term that was everyone understood it, it was floating around, but there was not a single company that seized that word. So then Abstract, the way they've developed their product is to log into Abstract, you don't need the seed phrase, you don't need all the complicated stuff. All you need is an email account. And for every transaction, you just verify using biometrics. They also have the concept of sponsored gas fees, where let's say you're Adidas, you don't want your customers to be paying gas fees to mint NFTs or to get proof of attendance to events. Instead, the business will be able to sponsor the gas fees. Again, this is nothing new. This has been a conversation that has been going around for a while. But then Abstract came in and built their entire branding around this. Think of a business like Berachain, for example. So a big narrative that Berachain is focused on is a proof of liquidity. That is kind of one of the big things, the big technical factors that they're building on. Are they the only ones that do this? Absolutely not. Almost every single blockchain perhaps does it to some extent, whether it's the same or not. But every single blockchain do the same thing or have the ability to do the same thing. And that is a strategy here. How do you steal a keyword in the marketplace? How do you become known for a certain keyword? Ethereum, smart contracts, Solana, meme coins, or fast transactions, or high speed, cheap transactions. AVAX, gaming, Ronin, and Axie, gaming as well. Pudgy Penguins, IP, Azuki, anime. They all coined a keyword. So how do you, in your Blue Ocean canvas, how do you find something that people take for granted and then use that as your keyword? I want to tell you the story just before I move on, because I think this is a very important point. There's this brand called Rect. The two co-founders are OSF and Mando, great builders. I've personally tried the product, great product. And something happened not too long ago where the token did what the token does. So it was going up and down, and then it consolidated here. And then there was a moment where it was starting to rally, and then it went all the way up like this. And obviously it corrects like everything does. Who knows by the time we watch this video where it is going to be. Again, we all know this industry. But there was something that happened here that was very important. And I made a full video around this, but I think you should, very important in the context of this one. What happened right here is before this, for the marketplace, Rect, so the ticker, this is not me shilling, but this is a great case study. I do not own any Rect. But what the, oh man, what they were known as before was they were another coin from a company. They were just another coin, frankly speaking. But then OSF and the Mando, the two co-founders, they coined this term called brand coin. Brand coin. And all of a sudden they explained how brand coin is a new evolution of a cryptocurrency, how it is a combination of meme coins, which do not have intrinsic value attached to a business, and utility coins that have intrinsic value attached to the utility of a business. They created something that is in the middle, where with brand coins, you have the ability to support early believers in the business. And what happened when they coined the term brand coin and they explained it to the marketplace, they were all of a sudden able to become a category king in their own category. So they created their own category and became number one in their own category. And what I saw during this time were all of a sudden people that I would follow on the timeline, people I had respect for, podcasts that I would listen to, all of a sudden people started talking about Rect. They started talking about brand coins and what they were. You know the reason why is because the moment Rect was able to give their business model a keyword, it made it a lot easier for people to start repeating it because it clicked. And the moment something clicks in people's minds, they have the ability to go and repeat it to others. How do you expect your community to repeat your brand to others if they don't even know how to explain your brand? And by coining a word, all of a sudden they were able to do that. Is Rect the first business to tie in real life products to a token? No, I mean, Pudgy Penguins did this before. I know a brand that has energy drinks that have a token. Like, it is not novel. It is not an innovation, but they were able to be the first to take that category and explain it to the masses. And this right here is the power of using the Claude Hopkins phenomenon to create your own category. So now we understand that when we combine the Blue Ocean framework, where you create a product that is genuinely unique, and then you have the ability to create your own category, all of a sudden you become the go-to person for this. But for Unfungible, for example, I don't just sit here and preach. A lot of the strategies that I'm talking to you about are strategies that I've used before even teaching, because first of all, I want to test them, and I only teach the things that I know work. For Unfungible, for example, 2 years ago, I was talking a lot about founder-led marketing because this is what allowed me to build Unfungible. I came in at the beginning of the bear market. The space was recovering from a lot of rugs. It was recovering from a lot of bad actors, and agency owners had a bad reputation. And just being an agency owner was a bad thing. So I entered, and I didn't have a lot of money to spend on marketing, on influencers. So I looked at the landscape and I was like, how the hell do I survive this bear market? How the hell do I build this thing? So the first thing I started doing was making content. I started making these YouTube videos. I started producing content. At first I was making case studies, analyzing other projects. Then I started to develop my own voice and my own expertise. And I started to be able to speak and recall my previous Web 2 experience building communities and using that and creating a parallelism as to, oh, here's how crypto communities are built. And here's how an example of me when I tried doing it and why it didn't work or why it worked. So I was able to build Unfungible using founder-led marketing. And a lot of people, everyone understood founder-led marketing. I mean, it's not a novel concept at all. But then I remember in 2023, late 2023, I made a video called, Here's Why You Need the Founder Funnel. Or the video was called The Founder Funnel, the Ultimate Funnel to Grow Your Business. And I remember I put that video out and suddenly I started getting more impressions than I ever had. The post that I made was my top performing post ever. I didn't have a big account back then. My YouTube channel, all of a sudden, anytime I would mention founder funnel, just like print views. So I looked at this and I realized I had just landed on something. I took the concept, which was founder-led marketing, which is very broad, and I packaged it in something that is more consumable, founder funnel. And that is how, with Unfungible, I was able to take the word of founder funnel. Now, anytime people tag me in posts, they're like, Leon was right. Anytime someone talks about founder funnel, or anytime someone talks about founder-led marketing, or how there was a post recently how PayPal was paying for the role of content support for the founder. They were paying like $200,000 per year. People were tagging me. They were like, Leon was right. That's the power of taking a category, because now people know me as the founder-led marketing guy. That is the power of taking a word. And for you, for your business, what is the word that you can take and you can hitchhike on? All right, now before we talk about how to build a cult, there's one thing that I wanted to bring up, which is the concept of ecosystem arbitrage. So remember how we spoke about how you never want to be a Me Too business. Well, there's a simple strategy that I would like to share with you that could potentially help you become a number one in your category without necessarily having to reinvent something that will change the industry completely. Because I know a lot of the founders here, not everyone is building the next Ethereum or the next Solana. And I get that, I mean, with Unfungible. So I understand how sometimes you need to start somewhere so that you can build and expand. So ecosystem arbitrage is the strategy of identifying and spotting up and coming ecosystems that have a strong community around them so that you can build a product that is already commoditized but become number one on that chain. So remember the example that we saw where you have, so right here, for example, where you have all the different blockchains, where you have BTC here, I'll put BTC here, ETH, Sol, AVAX. And under each of these categories, you have the number one marketplace, meme coin platform, DEX, and vice versa. And every industry has its own different name. The number one meme coin swapper on BNB is different than that on Solana. PancakeSwap was number one on BNB, it still is. Radium, number one on Solana, they still are. Uniswap, number one on Ethereum, they still are number one. So then the strategy is, and this is a strategy that I've seen a lot of founders do, is spotting these new ecosystems that they can come in and become number one at right here. And the trick right here is finding ecosystems that you believe will have longevity and have a bright future in front of them. And it does come with a risk, which I'll touch on in a bit. But before this, I just want to tell you a little story. One of our partners, we've been working with him for over a year now. Great founder, I absolutely love him. Alex, if you're watching this, man, shout out to you, bro. And Alex is the founder of a DEX on Chronos, so on crypto.com. And crypto.com, as you might know, it's the second biggest exchange in the US, but it's the second biggest. It's not the biggest. It might not have as much volume as you want, but it has some volume. It's a top 25 token right now, so it's not the biggest, but it's not the smallest. But I personally think that Alex was able to hit the golden spot because he went for an industry that is, for a niche that is not super competitive, but still had enough volume where he can build a really good business that is very profitable. And he was able to do this. And then with that war chest, he's able to build more products in the future. So he was able to take an industry that was not very competitive and become number one at it because Crow has a community. It might be niche, but it's still big. I mean, it's a top 25 token in the world. And he's betting on the ecosystem. And perhaps Crow does a series of good moves that then they become top 10. And imagine being number one founder on a top 10 token. You're a success. You become a success case study for others. So this is this is the ultimate version of what this strategy would look like. Another example is, I know a lot of founders, when Berachain was launching, we had people become #1 Berachain DEX, #1 Berachain marketplace, #1 NFT on Berachain, #1 this, #1 that. Same thing applies for Abstract, same thing applies for Monad, same thing applies for all these other new chains that are coming up that seem hyped. Now, the obvious risk with doing this is you're hedging your success on the success of a chain, which again, you never know if it will succeed or not. The goal is to find a community that you believe is here to last. Then we move into step which transitions us perfectly in step number 4 of this training, which is how do you build a cult? For you to know what a strong cult looks like, so what is a strong community you want to be building on, you first need to know what makes a strong community. And these are concepts that you can use whether for yourself or to identify and spot which ecosystems you want to be betting on. So we'll be diving into this in a second. But before this, just a quick recap what we've spoken about. We've spoken about your ideal customer client profiler. What do they want? What do they look like? What do they resonate with? Number 2, how do we stand out in a sea of competition? The way we spoke about this was the blue ocean strategy, as well as the Claude Hopkins phenomenon. How do you design a unique narrative? This is how you take a keyword and you coin it. That is how you design your unique narrative. And then right here, we're going to be talking about how do you build a cult? And this is where we're going to be going back to our trusted canvas. And where we're going to be going is our ideal client profiler. And right here at the bottom, we're going to see 3 things that we haven't filled yet. These are the contrarian narrative, the villain, as well as the slogan. What are the slogans that make our community come together? So contrarian narrative ties directly into not being a Me Too business. You don't want to be a Me Too business. You don't want to sound like the others. You don't want to move like the others. You want to have the same. You don't want to have the same branding as the others. Instead, you want to have your own contrarian narrative. So right here, what I'm going to invite you to do is to fill in what are certain narratives that you believe to be true that the rest of the market hasn't caught on to yet. What are some of these narratives? I can only speak from a personal example. I remember when during the meme coin craze, the meme coin mania, what a time this was. It was in early January. I remember I made a post calling all these founders and all these creators that have businesses, like real businesses, were all of a sudden spending their money that they earned from their business, the cash that they collected from their token, from the NFT launches that they had from their business, and they were all putting that into meme coins. And I remember seeing this and seeing these stories of, or just forget people putting treasury money in meme coins, like put that aside. Just seeing founders get distracted playing with meme coins, playing in the casino. I remember I saw this and I called this out on the timeline. And this, as you can imagine, got a very strong response by a lot of people who agreed. There were a lot of founders who were like, I agree with this guy. I understand what he means. And I've been here sitting, working on my product, slaving away at this thing and not succumbing to the distraction. So all of a sudden, the people that agreed with me really agreed with me. I got people DMing me being like, yo bro, like really, I really agree with what you say. I don't usually say it on the timeline, but I'm super aligned. And then on the opposite end, we had the people that of course were like, bro, it's not that deep, sidelined, the obvious meme coin crowd that were rebelling to my statements. And what this allowed me to do is I saw a direct impact on the depth of relationship that I had with the people that followed me that agreed with my narrative. Again, the types of people that I speak with, I understand my ICP very well. Like I have done this very exercise that I'm inviting you to do. And I understand that the people that follow me and watch my content and the people that I speak to, because these are the people that are native to how I speak, are builders who are trying to build long-term products and are trying to do the hard thing that might have a lot of risk in the short term, but if they succeed, can win big. That is the audience that I speak to. And that is the type of content that I make. So I understand this and I'm able to speak to them, because that's what I believe, by the way. Your ideal ICP is someone that looks very similar to you, which is why the best businesses in the world are started by founders who had their own problems before. And that's why I'm such a big proponent of the founder funnel, because it has helped me build my business. That is why I'm so confident supporting founders doing and building their founder funnel. That is the logic about it. And founders know it, they see it, like they literally can see it on the timeline. But for you, what is a narrative that you believe that the rest of the industry hasn't caught on to? For example, the first founders to start talking about AI, the intersection of AI and blockchain, before it became mainstream. These people reaped the rewards of being early on that narrative. They started to speak about a narrative before it became the narrative. And if you start speaking about a narrative when it becomes the narrative, you've already missed. You're too late. You need to be spotting something before the rest of the industry has caught on to. Again, consumer crypto. How do you start speaking that the future of blockchain has to leave CT before it actually does? And before Abstract launched, no one was talking about consumer crypto. It was a narrative, it was a concept, but it was like, yeah, that's the future. What are trends that you see shaping up that have yet to materialize into trends? So what are these things that you're looking at right now? That is your contrarian narrative. And this is what you're gonna be leading with. Because when you speak the language of your customer, or when you're able to reveal something that your customer felt or believes, and you're the first one to bring it up to the surface, you're gonna be rewarded with their loyalty and their admiration. The reason why Murad is so big is because he bet on the whole meme coin trend before it became the narrative. And what he did is that he articulated why meme coins have a bigger place in the world, whether you believe him or not. A lot of people do, have a bigger place in the world than just being a casino. He talks about the loneliness pandemic and how the depression rates are higher than ever and how everyone is poor. So people need an escapism, and the meme coins are this. And he genuinely believes that. Like, Murad believes what he's saying, and you can tell. And that's how he was able to hypnotize people and become the cult leader that he is today. It's because he had that contrarian narrative that he brought to the surface. What is your contrarian narrative? Write it down in this very section right here. Then number 2, villains. What are the forces or the entities that we are trying to defeat using our project? What are we trying to do here? Why do you even exist? If you are not trying to make the world a better place, well, you might not have a product that people will want to use. Maybe you have something that is super speculative, but we all know how that will end. And again, my content is not geared to that type of founder. You might probably find that somewhere else. But I speak to founders that are actually trying to create solutions to the world. And to do this, an easy way to highlight what you are building is by highlighting who you're trying to defeat. So who is the villain? The villain sometimes can be an entity, it can be an individual, or it can be a character trait. Here's what I mean. Let's go back to the example of Brave, our partners of ours. The villain for them is very clear. It's the greedy conglomerate companies that are stealing customer data and reselling those to people. So if you believe that you deserve ownership of your own data and you don't want anyone else monetizing it for you, then join our platform. That is the pitch. The villain is very clear. Then you position yourself as the anti-villain, the hero, the person that will save you. Another example of a villain was there was a point of time around the meme coin mania where the whole narrative of anti-VC was popular. So everyone started talking about the anti-VC meta, the projects for the people, by the people, community-backed projects all of a sudden. And they painted VCs as the villain, where the VC, they get their money and then they dump on the community that ends up holding the bags. And they are the villain and we are the new hero of that story. That was a very strong narrative because it very clearly painted who the villain is and who the good guy was. Another couple examples of villain where it can be character traits is, for example, Apple. The villain was conformity, Think different. Different. That is the keyword for them. Think different. Conformity was the villain. Don't be conformist. For Nike, just do it. If you look at all their ads, they are showing excellence. So the villain that they're trying to defeat is the inverse of that. It's that part of you that just doesn't want to do it, that just wants to stick around, turn on Netflix, have some chips, order burgers and pizza, and just do that. They are trying to defeat that version of you. I don't remember a lot of ads, for example, that I've watched in my life, but there was one ad from Nike that I remember stuck with me. It was a great ad, and it was this kid right here running, and that was just the whole ad, just this kid.
Greatness. Somehow we've come to believe that greatness is
just this kid like that running, and with the perseverance on his face. And I remember I saw this and I almost saw myself in this ad because I was a chubby kid growing up. And this really resonated with me. And I remember that. And this is an old ad, like from 2021. So this right here is, who is the villain that you are trying to slay? And I have a quick pro tip for you. So there's this concept called the story brand framework. And the reason I'm loving this training, by the way, is because this is allowing me to put together all the concepts that I've been teaching in isolation, all in one course. Like every single concept that I've spoken to you about right here, brand coins, the blue ocean strategy, the law of leadership. Each one of these concepts is actually a unique video that I've made. And my favorite part about this training is it allows me to put everything together so that you understand how everything ties to one another in the grand scheme of launching a project in crypto. So the story brand framework, this is by Donald Miller, great freaking author. I remember reading him when I was getting into marketing back in 2016. And he talks about how does a brand position itself as the hero. The big problem that most companies do, the fatal flaw, is that they position themselves as the hero of the story. And this is a mistake because in truth, the real hero of any story is always and always has to be the customer. And this is what the story brand framework says. You have a hero who has a problem, who meets a guide, who gives them a plan and calls them to action that leads to either success or the avoidance of failure. That's what the story brand framework looks like. So hero, problem, guide, path, action, positive, outcome. This is the story brand framework. So hero who has a problem that meets a guide who gives them a path, that calls them to action that ends in a positive outcome or the avoidance of failure. Now, here's the interesting part. Guess where most brands who don't understand the story brand framework, what they do? They position themselves as the hero. They typically have marketing messaging that says, we are the future of insert. We are the future of AI. We are building the future of gaming. We are building the next generation launch pad for tokens. We. They are the hero of their own story. But the brands that understand how to do storytelling well, the hero is the customer and the guide is them. They are the guide and the hero is the customer while they are the guide to their story. I'll give you a great example. If you are to watch the trailer of Pudgy Penguins, the launch trailer of Pengu from Pudgy Penguins, it's a case study of the story brand framework. What they said is, this is what the trailer says. So it all started with the liquidity extractors. A lot of founders that started with a grand vision succumbed to greed and then left the industry in shambles. But during darkness and during winter came together a group of people called the Pudgy Penguins and together created light. And today they are united together to create the future of this industry. So based on this trailer, who is the hero of the story? It is the community. The community that came together, but the community, who is it? Called the Pudgy Penguins. So they were the guides, but the community is the hero. I was watching this as a Pudgy Penguin and I was like, yeah, I get it. Cool. Like, nice. made me feel special. It highlighted my contribution to the future of the industry. This is what the story brand framework says and how you should be making your announcements. So that's for the villain right here. Now the final part is the slogans. Slogans, that's a very interesting one. What a cult has, slogans and rituals. So I'm going to put them together, and rituals. So think of the biggest crypto communities. Think of, again, Pengu. Think of Bonk. Think of Berachain. Think of Monad. Think of Yuga Labs. Think of Bitcoin. Think of all the big cults, the big communities. What they have in common is that they speak a certain lingo. They understand the same references. They understand the same inside jokes. And they speak in a certain way that highlights whether they are in on something or not. It's easy to look at Bitcoin and see the complex lore that they have because it's been around for decades now. But a more recent example, Berachain, which by the way, I own none. I own no Berachain, I own no Monad, but these are all good examples to look at. So Berachain, some of the slogans that they have is, Ooga Booga that they use. They use BM, so Bear Morning instead of saying GM. They use the people who are part of the ecosystem use the emojis, so the bear and the chain, so Berachain. They have a community called Baddies, for example. It's a women's community. And I remember I have a female friend of mine. The only reason why she joined Berachain, like she's part of Berachain and she has like the bear and the thingy, is because of that community, the Baddies. She felt like that was the only community in crypto that was a women's inclusive community. And she joined a whole ecosystem because of that one community. This is an example of the power of having these slogans and acting like a group. So for you, right here, fill it in. So think right here, what are some of the slogans? What are some of certain words, sacred words that you can use within your ecosystem to start creating that sense of community, that sense of proximity within your community? You almost want to make it look like it's a private club and you either are in or you're out. So ladies and gentlemen, this right here marks the end of phase 1. By now we've learned who is our ideal customer, what do they want, how do we build a product that speaks to them, how do we design a narrative that is going to pique their curiosity, and then how do we build a project that has the potential to have a strong cult-like audience built around it. This is where we are now going to be officially moving into phase number 2, which is the launch kickoff. How is it that we start generating attention and curiosity around our project? In this specific phase of the launch, we're going to be talking about overcoming the cold start problem, which is that initial stage of marketing where projects need to get liftoff. We're going to see that there's going to be 2 main variables that we're going to need to have as part of the overcoming the cold start problem mechanism. Now, phase number 2 is we're going to be talking about the founder funnel. Honestly, my favorite go-to marketing strategy when it comes to launching projects. Number 3, the alpha strategy. Then we're going to be talking about influencer marketing, how to use them, collaboration strategy, InfoFi, spaces and live streams, and then alternative marketing strategies. So let's get into it. Overcoming the cold start problem. Let me tell you a story. Unfungible was started close to 4 years ago. And for most of Unfungible's history, I was the one doing the sales calls. I was the one doing the discovery calls with potential clients that were interested in working with Unfungible. So along the years, I've probably had a little bit over 1,000 sales calls with crypto founders or crypto teams. And the most common variable that most of the projects struggle with is gaining that initial traction, that initial liftoff phase that is going to allow them to then compound attention and have that initial community where they can show that they are in demand. The worst position to be in, or the most difficult position to be in as a project, and this is where most projects struggle, is that they have maybe the project page is live and they might have some followers, a couple thousand followers, but you can tell this project isn't in demand. You can tell this isn't something that is particularly exciting. It doesn't have the hype, and because it doesn't have the hype, people don't want to touch it. This is the thing. Crypto is speculation driven. If you're launching a product that is tradable, be it a token, an NFT, or you have platforms that allow you to trade these, you are playing the game of speculation. So a big part of marketing is creating that speculation. It's creating the desire to become a project that is desirable by the masses. And when it comes to overcoming the cold start problem, there are two things that allow us to do this. And this is based on, earlier in my career, all I was doing, because I didn't have the case studies that I do today with the clients that we work with, what I was reverting to is just studying what was working. So I was just sitting there analyzing in depth. I remember I would go find a project that did well. I would go back all the way down to the very first post of a project, and I would look, okay, who retweeted this? Who has commented on this project? And how did these people change from the next post? And it's like, okay, what happened in the third one? It's like, oh, interesting. So at this post, they add this one influencer. And since then, I can start seeing these types of PFPs that started coming in. It's like, oh, interesting. So this is what triggered the project. So I was really analyzing projects like as if I was dissecting a body. And what I learned was that there were two things that projects who were able to overcome the cold start problem had in common. The first one is that they were able to launch with social proof. The second one is authority. The founder behind the project had an authority figure. And what's going to happen is throughout the rest of this phase, we're going to be talking about these two things. How do we get social proof? How do we get authority? And as you're going to see, all the strategies that I cover, when combined, will help you achieve those. Now, something important that I want to mention, which is what does cold start look like versus what do most founders think that it looks like? So expectation versus reality. Most project founders think that this is what a project's launch looks like. It starts linear and it just goes up linearly. But in reality, a real project launch, from what I've seen, starts like that and then does this. This is what a successful project launch more often than not looks like. And what is happening here is most people end up seeing this. Most people see this phase of the launch. But what they don't see is that phase right here of the project launch. Think of this phase. This is where, by the way, most projects spend most of their time building. Think of this phase as almost like arming a spring. You have to tighten the spring, tighten the spring, tighten the spring, tighten the spring, and then when you let go, the whole spring, the energy that is created, creates that big momentum upwards. So this right here is how the cold start problem is overcome. So I'm going to tell you all the things that happens at this very stage right here. What typically happens at this very stage is you have a project does a big announcement that does huge numbers. And this is, by the way, the social proof element. Social proof is nothing but the perception of attention. A project that does a big announcement that generates huge amounts of numbers. And us working in a speculative space that it is, when people see something with big numbers, it triggers curiosity. And this is the goal of the cold start problem. It is, how do we trigger curiosity so that we can bring people further down our ecosystem? Because then later down the training, we're going to be talking about how do you actually convert more of these people. But the goal of the cold start problem is if you can't get curiosity, you will not get the customer, because curiosity precedes interest. You have to be curious first, and then you can become interested. So let me describe to you the three paths that projects take to overcome the cold start problem. Phase number one is network arbitrage. Phase number two, we have influencer campaign. And then phase number three, we have a hybrid of the two. Unless you have a multi-six-figure marketing budget, we're talking $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 in marketing budget, you're going to have to stick to phase number one or to phase number three. So a hybrid between the two. There are only two ways to break into the marketplace. The first one is by buying your way in through influencer marketing. So you buy people's opinion, you buy people's audiences. Or number two is that you earn your way in. You earn your way into the industry. And the hybrid being that in between. But let me describe to you how does the cold start problem get overcome. Have you seen these projects that launch and then overnight you look at their account, their announcement post, and you see they launch and then they have like 1,000 likes, hundreds of comments, hundreds of reposts, and you look at this and you're like, this is like legit. This is like, these are real people that are engaging. These are people that I follow. These are people that I'm part of the same community with. They're engaging with that post. Here's what happens. And the reason I know this is because I've been on the receiving end of what I'm about to describe to you. And I've been on the supporting end where I've seen clients of ours, partners of ours, like do this themselves. What happens during that phase is that you have a founder who over the years has built an audience and a network of connections. He or she has built that audience over the years. And then when they drop the project announcement, what they do is that they take that post or they take that announcement and they spread it across their Telegram group or across their Discord groups or across the conversations that they've had with people on X or whatever medium you want to put in. And this is how a project is able to get hundreds of earned impressions overnight or earned engagements, likes and comments overnight. And then what this creates is it creates a cascading effect on the timeline where people will organically see that this thing launched and it has a lot of attention. So they will want to engage and they will want to participate and they will want to be part of this. This right here, what I just said, and I would invite you to rewatch it so you really understand what happened. This right here, if you can unlock this and you have a project that is appealing with some gamified loops in the back, as we're going to see a little bit down this training around the end. If you combine these three things, you have a successful project. Like you could stop the course right here and you can say, I have a successful project. The hard part is, of course, it is easier said than done. And there are a lot of things that need to be done to get there. But this is the concept of network arbitrage. A founder who's built a big network of people that he or she can tap into the day of the launch. The second path, which is the influencer campaign, is almost the same thing, but instead of you earning the engagement, you pay for it. So that's where you create the perception that your project is hyped by having all these influencers and KOLs and trusted figures be incentivized to engage with it. Now, the problem with this strategy is, as you can imagine, people can smell it. People can smell when something is a shill. They can smell when something is inorganic. There are ways to make it look more organic, and we're going to be talking about this in the how to use KOL marketing properly. But fundamentally, people will know. People are smart enough. So anything that doesn't look organic will not get organic engagement, which is why oftentimes the most powerful strategies are the ones that are launched using network arbitrage. The final path is the hybrid. It's where you have somewhat of an audience and you have some KOL marketing. I've seen teams that are like, especially the super well-funded ones that want to play the big league. They have a big audience and then they have a big marketing budget. And it's like, let us spend. These are the big, this is a big league game. And these are the teams that, they're just willing to spend and they have the network. This right here is how the cold start problem is overcome. Now, another factor that is important to know of is that of authority. If Elon Musk decides to announce that he's launching a token tomorrow, the initial attention and the cold start problem will be solved a lot faster than if Mr. Nobody launches that same token. The difference is that one person is credible. They have years of credibility. The second one has no credibility. They have no authority in the industry, which is why when you see, these very niche founders that perhaps you've never heard of, but then they launch something and it just does very well, and you look further down, you realize you're like, oh, this person actually has a reputation, but it's super niche. And this right here is where authority plays into the entire equation. The question now becomes, how do you build authority? How do you become a category king? And this is where, ladies and gentlemen, with pleasure, I'm going to introduce you to what I call the founder funnel. If you've made it so far in this video, you've heard me speak about the founder funnel. And in my opinion, it is the best way of overcoming the cold start problem. My disclaimer to you is that this is a strategy that takes a lot of time. It is a strategy that will require time, effort, energy, and resources. But let me ask you this. You know, as founders, we understand that our resources as a business has to go to the departments that drive the most revenue. And oftentimes this is the product, which obviously we have to hire engineers, we have to hire people to build the product. Most founders understand this. But then when it comes to the founder funnel, people seem to not understand that it is an important thing that they need to work on, which is what I want to cover in today's video. My goal by the end of the next 15 minutes is for you to walk out of this understanding how exactly you can start and where you should start putting your resources towards when it comes to your founder brand. Because here's the thing, here are the variables that we're working with. I studied engineering, for example, and in engineering, the first thing that you do when you sit down and you try to solve a problem is you look at what are the constants, what are the assumptions that we're gonna make, and then you map these out, and then from there, you can start solving the problem because now you know what is the, I studied building engineering, so I want to design, let's say, a building. I need to know what is the outdoor air temperature, what are the extremes, what is the wind speed, so I can design the proper building. In the context of human nature, these are the variables. Number one, people resonate with people. Number two, stories are the Trojan horse of ideas. Ideas are not spread through facts. They are spread through stories. Just think of every religious book. Just think of every myth. Just think of every culture. The things that reinforce these ideas, the thing that make these ideas are the stories that get recounted. Just think of the American dream, for example, whether it's still alive or not, irrelevant. The American dream was made on a succession of stories of people that have started at zero and that have become great at what they do, that have achieved freedom, that have achieved the American dream. And it is the repetition of enough of these stories that all of a sudden inspired made people believe in the culture and made people realize. And when you have enough of these stories, the story becomes reality. So in marketing, you're trying to get people to resonate with you, you're trying to be seen by people, and you're trying to get people to believe in your story. You're trying to make people believe in what were we looking at here, in your contrarian narrative. You're trying to paint the picture of the villain that you are trying to defeat. And then you're trying to introduce them to the universe that you are trying to build. You're trying to show them how their life is going to change before and after them meeting you. And there is no better mechanism of doing this than by using the founder account than it is by using the project account. People do not interact with projects. People interact with people. Just think of the modern companies, whether it's the Prime Energy drinks or whether it's the Feastables by Mr. Beast. Imagine me being able to tell you that these creators were able to take market share away from the biggest monopolized industries that Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Hershey's, and all the other guys owned all the market share. And then you had to come in as a new player and take market share away. Well, this is only possible when you have a creator-led brand, when you have a founder funnel-led company. And the founder funnel is very simple. We use the founder account as the primary top of funnel mechanism to attract people into our world, into our universe. And then through our marketing and our consistent messaging, our goal and our objective is to bring people further down the marketing funnel so that they first get introduced to us, they get introduced to our ideas, and then they get introduced to our project, what we do. And as you can imagine, this is a very organic process that takes time, but it works like wonders. I have countless stories of the magics of the founder funnel. And the common misconception with the founder funnel is that people think that they all of a sudden have to become viral content creators and they need to start shit posting so they can get the impressions, and they have to bait the timeline so they can get people to react on their content. That is not what the founder funnel is, ladies and gentlemen. The founder funnel is about becoming a category king. It's about becoming a niche expert that people look to you, respect you, and want to follow you. It is about becoming, as we saw right here, an authority figure in your industry that when you speak, people listen. Because next time you speak about your project, people will listen. This is what the founder funnel is about. So the basic strategy is, how do we use content to start generating attention? So let's talk about the step-by-step process that you can follow today to start deploying the founder funnel. So on a very high level, the goal right here is for us to fill in our top of funnel, which is going to be using the founder account. Then the next step, and this is important because a lot of people think, okay, but how does that generate revenue? Like, how does that convert into the brand? The brand account comes here as the middle of funnel. And then we have the bottom of funnel, which is the conversion event that we want people to be part of. Step number one of the founder funnel process is define your category. I believe by now, based on the exercise that we've done, again, the Blue Ocean Strategy Framework, you understand precisely what is the category that you're trying to go after. And then your goal, which is going to be step number two, is to reverse engineer a content strategy around that. So your next objective is going to be, how do I become the most vocal supporter and expert of my industry? Again, going back to the CRO founder that we were talking about a little bit earlier, who was number one in his industry. One of the things he was sharing with me on a call one day, he was telling me, Leon, bro, I've been trying to get into all these niches. I've been trying to like make a little bit more content about this ecosystem and that ecosystem. Like, I'm trying to break away from Chronos. And then we agreed by the end of the call that instead of him trying to dabble and go into becoming another fish in another pond, he should double down. And if anything, become the golden child of that entire industry, so that he is the thought leader and the thought expert when it comes to all things Chronos. So your next goal is whether you are building on an ecosystem and you want to become a spokesperson and the support base and the crusader of that ecosystem, or of your industry. Ideally, you would do both, especially if you are building on an ecosystem, so you're using ecosystem arbitrage. By bull posting the actual ecosystem, you're going to have the ability to attract the support of the community of that ecosystem. I'll give you the case study of a good friend of mine, very talented crypto marketer, Lamboland. Lamboland, he is a very strong marketer, and one of the things he knows how to do well is to spot under-tapped ecosystems and build on top of them. And recently, for example, he launched his project, Project X, it's called. And the way he did it is he first started by becoming a very strong, avid supporter of Hyperliquid. He started being part of the community. He started bull posting. He became one of them. And then he announced his project. And this right here allowed him to build a community of people that already support Hyperliquid. So when he announced his project, all of a sudden, all the Hyperliquid maxis started supporting him. And that's how he was able to launch his project. And currently, less than a month after launch, his platform has $100 million in total value locked, so TVL on it. 100 million, that's a decent amount. So about step number two is we're gonna want to reverse engineer a content strategy around this. And this is where I would like to introduce you to step three, which is content stacking. So a channel stacking. My initial recommendation for founders is not to try doing everything. Don't try to be everything. Don't try to do everything. Don't try every single content method. Don't try to do a video, a podcast, threads, shorts, articles, all of this at the same time. Instead, my recommendation is to first start by posting where you consume. When I started Unfungible back in 2022, I was a lot more of an avid YouTube watcher than I was a user on X. So it was natural for me to all of a sudden start creating content, long-form educational content on YouTube, because that was the type of content that I already was watching naturally. So it was very natural for me. And that's how I started to get into the game, and I got better at it, and I enjoyed doing it because I was creating where I was consuming. So if you were to draw Leon's channel stacking journey over the years, here's what it would look like. So at first, what I started by doing is I started making YouTube content. So you can draw my YouTube content journey just like that. And then a little bit later, let me use the blue, around late 2022, early 2023, I started taking X more seriously, which took me a lot of time to crack, but I started around early 2023 doing this. And then once I was settled on X, 6 months after, I started tapping a lot more into Twitter Spaces. So I had a big phase where I was hopping on 3-4 Twitter Spaces every single day. And I grew very quickly by doing this. And then I started making short form video content on X specifically. And then right here, I added X articles to my content stack. So you can see how now, over the years, I've built what looks like a content machine. You see all these things and you're like, yeah, this guy has operations on all these different fronts. And the reality is, yes, that is true. That is because I was able to start with one channel, master it, see that it's grow. I've worked on the most that I can to improve its performance, and then I can add on top of it without breaking the other one. The problem is most founders start wanting to do everything, so then they do nothing, or they do everything bad. That's not what you want. You want to get good at the one channel that you think you will enjoy the most, but also has the most return on investment. I knew that YouTube had people watching Web3 marketing content. Like I looked at the search terms, I used some tools, and people were searching that. So for you, if you're building in DeFi, I can guarantee you guys, like you have consumers that are on YouTube. Maybe they're on LinkedIn. Maybe they're definitely on Instagram. Most of you watching this are building in niches that are bigger than you think. You're just stuck in what we oftentimes think as crypto Twitter, which by the way has the most money and it is the biggest marketplace. But if you enjoy just creating a podcast show, start a podcast show and clip it and put it on X. But don't feel like you have to become a reply guy and you have to do this just because you think your audience is there. Now, is it important? Absolutely, but the time will come. But the goal is, how do we start getting you in the content game? And how do we start building that initial audience around your founder presence? Now, what is going to happen over time is, by becoming known as the thought expert in your industry, you're going to be able to start building an audience of people that trust you for your thought leadership. So then these people will naturally either organically find their way into your startup, or they will be a lot more likely to take action on a call to action that you make. So over time, every couple videos, you can say, by the way, guys, I'm the project of Project XYZ. If you want to register for our pre-sale, or if you want to register on our platform, we currently have a VIP list that is open only for YouTube watchers, or only for the first 100 people that join. So you can slowly start building that audience base. And again, the goal right here that we have is to start building that spring. We want to start building that spring of people that we have in our entourage that we can eventually tap into when the time is right. And the second strategy that no one seems to be talking about when it comes to the founder funnel is that when you deploy the founder funnel, your ability to network and meet other people that are oftentimes outside of your league becomes a lot more easier. Your odds of getting a response back from that content creator that's been talking about AI is a lot higher if you've been making AI content and you somewhat have a brand around this. Again, you don't need to be mega famous, but you look legit. You look like a founder. You look like you care about what you are doing. So the next step about the founder funnel is you want to become a networking ninja. You want to become the keyboard fast finger type of person where you see someone that looks somewhat interesting. You're going to be able to just take the phone, send them a DM, network with them. And then what is going to happen over time is you're going to start building your VIP list that we have right here in the Unfungible Growth Flywheel dashboard. So in the VIP list right here, these are all the people that over time that we're gonna start networking with, you're gonna have the ability to track who these people are, and then what is the status that these people, so are these people cold, I just maybe DM'd them, lukewarm, they responded to me, warm, there's a back and forth going on, and then activated is I've sent them my post, like the outcome that I want, which is I want them to register, I want them to support. I've made the ask. Before, the activated means I've made the ask. Anything before is there's a reciprocal conversation. You might be the one supporting them. You might be the one perhaps even buying their assets. If that's a founder, you can support them monetarily. You want to be networking. And we're going to talk more about it in the alpha strategy a little bit later. But this right here is the play when it comes to the VIP list. You build a list and then you can just like duplicate these. You add more rows. And guys, trust me, like cold start problem. If you can build this list to 500 people, you have yourself a project. That's it. You have yourself a project. Now, your project has a fighting chance. What saddens me is that most of the time, a lot of good founders with good products just don't have a fighting chance because the market doesn't care. The market is ruthless. And it's only those who are able to build a big audience, gain that initial traction, that get to even have a chance at success. It's not that they will succeed, but they will have a chance of success. The market will always reward the best product. The market will always reward someone who creates value in the marketplace. The product will speak for itself. The results will speak. If you have a shitty product, you will get shitty results. If you have a good product, you will get good results. But to get the good product, you need to overcome the cold start problem. So this list will help with that. So right here, when we combine channel stacking plus becoming a networking ninja, someone that can speak to people, you can start building an audience base around you. So now the next juicy question becomes, and this is the most asked question that I have when it comes to the founder funnel, is what type of content should I be creating? And this is where I would like to break the types of content that you should be making into 3 big categories. So 3 types of content to make during the founder funnel rollout. And the first one is content that makes you look like an expert. Again, the goal is to become a category king. The second one is a content that makes you look human. And the third one is project updates. If you ask me about the percentages, this should be 70%, this should be 20%, and this should be 10%. The problem is, most founders are just doing project updates, and that's all they're doing. So they're doing 100% of this. They're not doing the other 70, 20, 10. So the question is, what makes an expert? What is the type of content that I should be making in thought expertise? And think about it, what does an expert have? An expert has opinions. So they have opinions about what is happening. A geopolitical expert is going to comment on the state of affairs internationally. A doctor is going to comment on a new research study that came out. A crypto entrepreneur is going to comment about a big acquisition announcement that was made. What is happening in your niche, in your industry, that you have an opinion on that you can comment about? The second one is you have observations. Observations are certain patterns that you can see only with your trained eye. So for example, one of the things I got good at over time is observing what makes successful marketing campaigns successful. So I can now look at a project and I've seen enough to see patterns. Okay, these guys, they have the founder funnel and then they deploy this strategy, this tactic. And people literally watch the content and work with Unfungible because of the observations that we've been able to make over time. And then the third step, the third thing that experts have is that they have experience. And this is where a good content creator or a good storyteller, and this is a skill that is learned, is someone who has the ability to tie their past experience into their the current state of the conversation that they're talking about. So that is where you can talk about, how you had experience working on a previous startup and how this inspired the new model or the new company that you have. Or these are just the pieces of content where you're just talking about these lessons that you've learned at your previous company or at your previous startup. These are all content pieces that resonate with a type of audience that you want to impress. These are less degen savvy audiences, but these are types of content that will resonate more with the type of people that you want to bring into your project. Again, the initial support base. The degens will follow the hype. What you want is you want a core team of people that will support you from day one. So these are the three things that make expertise. Now, human, 20%. You don't want to be that boring corporate CEO on the timeline. You want to be someone that is fun. You want to show your humor if you have one. You want to show your hobbies if you have any. You want to show, what do you do on weekends? Are you more of a person that goes to the gym? Are you more someone that likes to smoke cigars? Are you a basketball player? Do you DJ? Do you like raving? Would you have a dog or a cat or none? Are you married? Maybe with kids? What can you show about the human side of you? People want to do business with people. They don't want to do business with computers and AI. So show your human side. For me, I love bringing people into my life, showing them about which books that I'm reading. When I get a new order of books, I always show them on X. People know that I love to lift weights. They know that I enjoy the occasional cigar. They know I love Lebanese food. Like, these are all things that, although these alone don't drive business, what they create is they create likability. And people are a lot more likely to support someone they like. That's what you want. And then the last 10%, these are project updates right here. Project updates are what you would call the billboard marketing. So these are the hey guys, our V2 of the product is live, or mainnet is live, or testnet is live, or we've just announced a new raise, incredibly part of our team. We just got this great feedback for our product demo. These are the things that you're talking directly about your project, and you are fine to give call to actions in these posts. These are the posts where you are tagging your project and where you are giving call to actions. And these are the posts that are going to create that top to bottom of funnel conversion. These are the types of posts that will do this. How you break this down is 70% of your content should make you look like an expert. 20% of your content should make you look likable. And then 10% of content should be geared towards your project. And when you have the ability to combine all of these things together, ladies and gentlemen, over a long enough time horizon, you're gonna have the ability to kick off a founder funnel where you are slowly going to start building your VIP list, a pool of people that support you, and that way when the project is ready to launch, you have something worthy. My last word of warning before we move on to the next section, which by the way, we're gonna talk a little bit later in terms of how do you shorten the founder funnel, because it could take years, by the way, but how do we shorten this using influencer marketing strategies? I'm gonna be telling you this because, again, we work with project founders that they just don't have 16 months. They don't have 12 months to launch. So how do we shrink that in? We have experience working in these types of environments, so I'll be happy to show you how we do it. Before I do this, so let me tell you a quick story. And this is something that was recounted to us when I was at acquisition.com. So visiting Alex Hermosi and his team for some workshops. If you guys know Alex Hermosi, I'm a big fan, I'm an avid fan. Anyways, I've paid a lot of money to learn from him and his team. And one of the models that they suggested, that they introduced us to when it comes to project management, is the waterfall versus concurrent model. So back in the days, how project management used to happen is before NASA. So before NASA had the goal of going to the moon, the way project management was mainly done is that it would be sequential and goal-oriented. So you do thing number one, you finish, and then you move to thing number two, you finish, and then you move to thing number three, and you finish, and then thing number four. This used to be the model that was being followed, and it was called waterfall. So for project A, you design the engine, and then you can start designing the body. And then after the body, you design the propellers, and then it was very linear. What NASA did, and how they revolutionized project management, is that they created a concurrent model where they realized that, okay, so we have this phase right here. What would happen if instead of moving step by step, we had multiple teams working across multiple projects that took different amounts of times right here? How much faster would we be able to have the target deadline, to meet the target deadline by doing this. So they were all of a sudden able to introduce this new model of concurrent versus waterfall. Now, the reason I share this story with you is the thing I hear the most is, cool, Leon, I understand the founder funnel. I'm going to start as soon as the product is ready. And then I look at these founders and I try to find a way to explain it to them well, that people know that building a product can take a lot of freaking time. So does the founder funnel. That can take a lot of time. So when people end up realizing a little bit too late is when you put this on top of that, which is how most people want to function, you end up with a marketing that will not be achieved by deadline. So people end up launching a half-baked marketing campaign. And when you launch something half-baked, you get half-baked results. So my invitation to you, please, no matter when your product is set to start or finish, start the founder funnel right now, because believe me, it takes a lot of time. It'll take time for you to start seeing traction, and it'll take time for you to start getting good at it. It'll take time to build processes and build a team around you, which eventually you should. And just finding your voice, developing these contrarian narratives that you have, developing these opinions. You know, I can sit here and speak on a video for hours about marketing concepts, but these are because concepts I've developed, I've repeated, I've had conversations with. These are all things that I had spoken about in some form of way, and today I'm putting all of them together. So it'll take you time to be able to go up on a Twitter Spaces and speak confidently about why you believe the state of AI is that way and how you guys are building that. But you need to get to that point, and for you to get there, you need to build that thought pattern that you have. So please don't start when the project is ready or when the product is ready. Start ASAP. Start ASAP. Please, man. Anyways, with that being said, this right here marks the end of our first two phases, our first two chapters from phase number 2, which is the launch kickoff. We have seen how do we overcome the cold start problem, and then we've looked at the founder funnel. How do you become a category king? Tomorrow, I'm going to be taking you through the next couple of steps of phase number 2, which is the alpha strategy, influencer marketing, collab strategy, and the rest. I'll see you soon. Cheers. A quick bonus section to the founder funnel. And this wasn't a section I was planning on adding to the training itself, but then after reviewing everything, I thought, hey, you know what? This is actually going to be something of great value to the specific training. And what I want to show you is what I have open right now. And this right here is from one of the audits that we did for one of the partners that we worked with for our founder funnel program. And this is actually something that we present to them. We work on a strategy and we work on an audit for them. So I'm going to be showing you 3 sections that I think are going to be very important for you that you need to know. And my hope from these sections is that it gives you a little bit more clarity in terms of what are some of the things you should be adding as part of your content stack. So we already spoke about the 3 types of content you should be making. The content that makes you an authority, content that makes you likable, and content that talks about your product. Within each of those, there needs to be sprinkles of, for example, speaking about your vision and your mission. And what I want to show you right here is what does an ideal situation look like when it comes to, you know, using a mission and a vision. I know these are usually terms that are very big, very vague. Everyone understands that they're important, but no one really like cool vision, mission, cool. Good for you. But I actually want to show you how we define properly using a mission and vision within our marketing for it to be impactful. So let me open this up for you. So here's what an ideal situation looks like. And this is from the audit that we made for that specific partner. This is for a very big founder, by the way. So it's even the top founders. I've even had the team run an audit on my account, and there's a lot of things that we were able to find. When it comes to mission and vision, there are 2 sentences that I want to show you right here. So the importance of having a good mission and vision that you can communicate is that it allows people to understand what you're building towards, and they feel invited to be part of it. It's not abstract, it's inspiring, tangible, and repeated often. For example, here's a good explanation. When you articulate a bold and clear vision, you don't just attract followers, you attract believers, collaborators, and advocates. That's the importance of having a very well-defined vision and mission as part of your project. Something that I wanted to show you right here is the action steps that we recommended that very founder to take. And right here, we have consistently communicate your vision mission. A consumer typically needs at least 7 meaningful touch points with a message before they begin to take action. Each week, you should be communicating your vision mission to the public. This communication can take any form between written content, videos, conversation, discussions on the timeline, so a back and forth via comments, spaces on podcasts, and community calls. Note, don't just copy paste the same text you have for your vision mission. Share the same message but in different ways, from different perspectives and alternative angles. The magic in marketing is learning how to repeat the same thing in many ways. So repeating the same things in many ways. That's when you become good at communication. Because frankly, a lot of the founders are just hammering the same message, but they find new ways of communicating it. And right here, what my team put together were just a couple examples of founders that managed to clearly articulate their vision and mission. So right here we have the founder of Kaito. One of the most exciting parts about Kaito will be the role in the long-term vision. Growing brands and social presence take time. New and exciting projects will always be looking to engage with their community. So this right here is why they do what they do. And we plan to build out a network, the network and its function far further. Another example that we have right here is from John Hook, a good friend of mine. The biggest barrier entrepreneurs face is ego. It's not about right, it's about finding PMF to scaling your business. Had an initial version of our game as a way to onboard consumers into crypto. Initially thought it would via IP and NFTs. What we found is consumers also want to earn crypto, just in a different cadence to CT. This shifting our design thinking, following the data, So where are we heading next? Well, we now understood that our audience aren't classic Web2 gamers. They are consumers who want to earn crypto. Their asset is time and are looking to further monetize their time. For most, it's downtown versus prime or full-time, but regardless, they want to earn crypto. So we have been exploring other complementary business models and content that will enable consumers to continue to earn more crypto. So he's painting a picture to his community and to the world, to the people watching him, where he plans on taking the business. Another one by Meta Alchemist, good friend of mine as well. He's the founder at Seedify Fund, the largest launchpad. And here's the post that he made. We're building Seedify in the open, not just as a launchpad, as an engine powering the next era of Web3 builders. Here's the vision, the path to 10 billion, and here's why we're just getting started. Boom. And then it's a thread. So that's an example. This one is more like, here's the vision, watch, consume. OSF, Rect, as well. This is a case study that I brought up. So Rect is the first brand coin, obviously. And here he expands in terms of the background, what is a brand coin, and how they in terms, what the fuck is a brand coin, and final thoughts. So this is a great example of how you introduce your unique word, your unique narrative, and you create a post around it. Then we got Paul from Somnia using short video on the vision of Somnia. I see two potential paths. One that caters to the gamers through high quality, fun on-chain games. One that draws all consumers through immersive on-chain entertainment experiences. AI will accelerate both of them. So he's painting the vision of Somnia using short form video. And then we got also a good friend of mine, Final Bosu Kevin. And here he's painting a picture. I like the angle that he took, which is starting by asking the question, what if? What if Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, and all these other franchises were owned by the fans? So he starts by asking a big question. Look at, reread this. What if Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball Z, Star Wars, and all the other great franchises were owned by the fans? What if a decentralized method could track and infinitely reward early supporters? Here's a vision. Boom, that's very powerful, how he introduced it. So what if, big picture, introducing our solution? That was a very nice one. I would take notes on this. And the point that I'm trying to make here for the founder funnel is no one can articulate where the project is going better than the founder. And as part of your job, you're gonna need to continuously remind your community, your people, why is it that you're doing what you're doing? The second point that I wanted to bring up, which is also very important as part of marketing, is that of origin story. And that is the origin story of the founder as well as that of the brand. In the case of this founder, we have your origin story is clear, well told, and emotionally resonant. You've shared where you came from and what you've overcome and why you do what you do with honesty and clarity. It's not a one-off post, it's a story that you revisit in various forms, embedding it into how people understand your brand. The reason why having a strong origin story is important is because it gives your content emotional weight and makes your presence unforgettable. It's how you go from a voice to a person. That's why when you think of Hollywood movies, in the very first shot, typically, the very first segment of the movie, it's the origin story of the character. What sequence of events led to that person becoming who they are? Think of the Joker, for example. Think of Batman losing his parents. Think of all your favorite superheroes, your favorite characters, the people that their presence stayed with you even after the movie. The first part is defining what are the events that led to the creator being them. And this is one that I often share. I bring people into my past. I show them all the different iterations of entrepreneurships that I've had to go through, from sharing a studio bedroom with my brother and during the bear market while building Unfungible, to back in 2019, just selling umbrellas in the streets of Montreal and Canada, just so I can make extra money because I had just had a launch that didn't work out, to that story of me when I bought thousands of agendas and notebooks that I wanted to sell to my audience. So bringing people in to my world and into my past so that people understand, okay, like Leon just didn't appear with Unfungible, but he was a human before this. And here are the sets of events that made him who he is today. People love knowing this. It makes you human when they hear that from you. Here's a good one, and this is the third pillar that I wanted to show you. And this is the contrarian narrative. So right here you can see from the condition that my team assigned to it, it needs significant attention. So right now, you have a contrarian thesis, but not a clear and concise contrarian message. This narrative needs to be defined and distributed consistently in order to get masses to understand it and rally behind it. So here's what the ideal case would look like. You have a strong point of view that challenges the status quo in your niche. You're not afraid to push against common narratives, call out broken systems, and share unpopular truth, as long as they're rooted in substance and integrity. You bring fresh thinking to the table. A well-crafted contrarian stance makes you memorable. It positions you as a thought leader, not a trend follower. That's a good one. Now, in terms of the action that we suggested this specific founder, I'm gonna read you the current situation that my team assigned for that founder. So you already have a strong contrarian narrative. The issue is it isn't being presented clearly and consistently as a contrarian narrative that people can rally behind. People see your project as on a surface level through the culture and memes, but most don't really know what you are challenging. Additionally, complex messaging and complex concepts make it tough for the community to confidently rally behind this contrarian narrative that what you're building and evangelize it amongst you. So what the team was suggesting is to make it simpler, distill it down. The founder in question has a tendency to use complicated concepts as part of his messaging. Here are the actions to take. Sharpen and amplify the contrarian narrative by following these steps. Define the enemy. Contrarian narratives land best when a common enemy is defined. Remind people of this common enemy. Number 2, which is champion the alternative. You need to become the biggest bull poster of that contrarian narrative that you have. And then, step number 3 is create a repetition engine. You must champion this contrarian narrative repeatedly across various forms and formats. Memes, clips, podcast segments, threads, short form posts, comments, all of that. The goal is to land the same message and communicate the narrative from different angles, perspectives, and forms. That way it lands in various audiences, DeFi people, degens, general consumers, etc. So these are the big 3 that I wanted to show you specifically that I think you can take away right now for the founder funnel, which is we looked at the mission and vision initially, then we looked at the contrarian narrative just right now, and then we saw the origin story. So as we just went through this, I would invite you to pause, take a second, and based on all the resources that we've already worked on the marketing flywheel doc, sit down and think, okay, what really is the vision and the mission of the project? What is the origin story, my origin story as a founder, as well as that of the project, that led me to start the project. And then, what is a contrarian narrative, which by now we've already spoken about it. The next thing that I wanted to show you, and this is from a segment from a partner-only course that I have that I hadn't shared before publicly, but it got very good reactions. People really liked how tangible this was. It was easy to understand. So I thought of also sharing it with you in this training. And this right here are the different types of video content that you can be making. And as a founder, as a marketer, as someone who is leading a community, I 100% think that you should absolutely be making video content. Video content is one of the easiest ways to stand out on the timeline. No one is doing it. Those who do build a deeper relationship with their audience. When people can not only just read what you do, but they can hear why you do it. They can hear the nuances. They can hear the emotions in your voice. All of a sudden, everything that you say will sound a lot more powerful. Again, I'm going to be bringing up the example of Luca Nets and Pudgy Penguins quite a lot in this training, but I would say Luca is the epitome of understanding marketing, understanding brand building, understanding product building as well. And Luca is really the cult leader that he is because of his ability to sell the story, sell the vision. Communities are built around humans, around figures, and you should absolutely be tapping into video content. So what I have right here are the different types of video content that exist and how to use them and what makes them perform well. So I will go through those and then I'll tell you what my personal favorites are, the ones that I like to use and the ones that I like to have as part of the regular content pieces that I use. The first type of content are reaction videos. These are usually videos that are filmed very raw on your phone. They are not post-edited. There is no, the more raw they are, the better they will perform. So in this style of content, slight imperfections in how you speak, how the noise, maybe there's a bit of noise around you, the slight imperfections actually make this piece of content better. And what makes these good is when you're able to ride on top of trends. Let's say there's a big narrative happening on the timeline, people are talking about something in your industry. All you do is you pull out your phone and you give your take on this. It's like a lot of people have been talking about insert hot topic, here are my take on it. Or I think the whole timeline is missing a big part of it. Next thing is controversy. When you're talking about something as well that is controversial, that is getting people riled up, that there are conflicting opinions on the timeline, that's a great time to pull out your phone and make the reaction video. And then contrast. The contrast is when it's like good versus evil. So for example, when the whole timeline agrees on a certain narrative and then you come in and you're like, I think it's the other way around. I remember I did this when like the whole meme coin craze was happening and I saw all these founders put their full-time job aside to go trade meme coins. I went out on the timeline and I called it out. And this actually became my top performing piece of content ever. And then when I see a lot of creators just wash their brand away and farming all these leaderboards, I called it out again. And this also ties to the contrarian narrative. And the reaction video style is a good way to communicate the contrarian narrative. Next one is the screen share / Loom. Loom is just a software that I use. There's a lot of softwares, but you can just share your screen. You can share your screen to something, and I really like this style of content. It is a little bit more formal, if you will. I did this one here, for example, like quick 7-minute account audit. So one of my followers reached out to me, Leon, I need your advice. I'm currently on a mission. I'm starting a business. I would love your opinion on something. So how I thought of answering is just like, let's do an account audit for that person. Another one right here is by Emily. And what Emily was doing is she was analyzing Kaito versus Cookie in terms of leaderboard stack, all of that. And what works here is the curiosity. So you want to find a way to trigger curiosity. You want to, in the caption that you use, you want to try to leave an open loop. Look here. So quick 7 minutes, everything I said won't matter if point number 1 isn't implemented. 2 years minimum. So people read this and they're like, what is point number 1? Well, I need to know what point number 1 is. So you create curiosity. And then I would invite you to work on your hook. So the first 10 seconds that you say when you share your screen, what is that? Second one is vlog style. We're seeing these becoming very popular on the timeline. We're seeing Miggy from Sofon, Rock, what makes these perform well, and by the way, this is not a format that I tend to use personally. What works very good for these types of format is the visual hook. So it has something interesting has to be happening. If you're vlogging, if you're in your bedroom, versus if you're in a very nice setting and there's like a very dynamic background, the dynamic background will outperform the setting. Then we have the caption hook in terms of what is the header, the caption that you're using, and then dynamic background, as we spoke about. So these are the things that will make vlog style. I'm personally not the biggest fan of the vlog style. I like the reaction a lot more. Spectator is a style where you are mid-action and then someone is recording you from the side. So for example, when I was in NYC for a crypto conference, I had a quick standing podcast. Someone was asking me a couple questions and these were good capture shots. This is an example of spectator. Someone who just happens to be watching in on a conversation. Another one as well is, these are common. You're driving and you're speaking to the camera almost as if the camera is invisible. What works here is the visual hook as well as the storytelling. These are great because people are listening in. The content can be less structured. If anything, it has to be because it has to feel like people, Gary Vee did very good with this style. It almost has to feel like this is not scripted. This is like people teleported to be next to you. The more natural you can be, the more this will perform. The spectator content is good. It's not very scalable. That's the only problem because you need to go get the camera gear, you need to go on a mission, you need to spectate. You need a good camera person that can ask you questions, that can ask follow-ups. So there is a skill as well to creating spectator content. Then we got the podcast clips. Again, these are classics. What makes these work is the storytelling, the audio hook, so what you say in the first 10 seconds, and then controversial take. Controversial takes, they always work, but especially in a podcast setting, you have the ability to make these hot takes right there. Personally, I really like podcast style content because it's more scalable than spectator content. You can either do it in-house or out of house. In-house, I've seen brands that they have a regular podcast show. One idea that you can explore is once a month, the founders can sit together and just have a chat about the industry, the state of the industry, the state of the project, and these will make for great content. And a 1 hour podcast session will get you multiple great clips. Internally at Unfungible, we aim to have at least 7 clips every hour of content. That's kind of our target baseline. So it can be a roundtable discussion within the founders, for example. It can be employee to CEO. So it's like the podcast title can be Conversation with the CEO. And then it's like one of the employees is asking the CEO questions, or it can be you being on other people's podcasts. Now there is a strategy to do this. If you've built a founder funnel brand that is respectable enough, it will not be difficult to get podcast appearances. It only gets tricky when you come out of nowhere and you expect to be on podcasts. If you become an expert in your industry, you are going to find people reaching out to you to ask you to be on a podcast. All you got to do is just build out the founder presence. And then we got the talking head. These are similar to the reaction style, but these are a little bit more scripted. So you sit down and you give a hot take. So these are similar to the reaction, but the reaction feels like you just pulled your phone and you had something to say. A talking head video example is, here are 3 things that I learned going to Token 2049 in Singapore. That's an example of a talking head video. What makes these good is the hook and the storytelling. So you being very good at storytelling. When it comes to my personal favorite types of content, I really like reaction. So I would almost put reaction as number 1. Then I would do podcast after it. Then number 3, I would do talking head. Now, a quick strategy for you for the screen share is anything you do, you want to find ways to communicate it in different ways. So let's say you just release your white paper. You want to find ways to make it as consumable as possible. So the way I would think about doing this, using the screen share and the Loom, is let's say you have the white paper, you publish it, and then another thing you can do is you can screen share yourself going through the white paper and adding visual context. And then the third idea is you can make a video presentation style where you go through not the white paper word by word, but you go through slides that discusses the points from the white paper. So all of a sudden you've taken something that you wanted to make sure as many people hear and listen and see, you've made it into 3 different types of content. The written, screen share, and then video presentation only. So these are some examples. The screen share loom, I would use it on occasion. I've tried all the types of content, so it's not to say that you should only do 3 or only 1. The secret about good content is knowing what is the best medium to use depending on the message you want to share. If you really have something, a hot take that you want to share, and it's like something that you're passionate about, the reaction style will perform better because it's more native to what you're trying to say. But if you have that same reaction that you want to say and then you end up doing a highly polished video about your opinion, it won't work as well because it won't look as authentic. Let's say you were trying to make a video that is very polished, very prepared, then perhaps you can use higher production style content, even in the talking head, for example, which can be slightly edited as well. So that's it as well for the types of content. Ladies and gentlemen, hope this section was helpful to you. Cheers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is my 3rd day of shooting right now. And if you've made it so far into this training, congratulations. Before we get into it, if you've been enjoying the content of this training and you've been finding this helpful, make sure you send it to a fellow Web3 builder, entrepreneur as well, someone that you think would benefit from this training. You'll be scoring karma points by helping a fellow entrepreneur. And second thing, make sure you're subscribed as well to the channel. A lot of people just watch and don't even realize that they're not subscribed. So with that said, what we spoke about yesterday was the founder funnel and how do we deploy the founder funnel. By now, if the phase 1, which is pre-launch, as well as the founder funnel are executed properly over a long enough period of time, you have yourself a good launch. We've seen founders be able to launch and have a very successful project launch, raising millions of dollars and having a token in the hundreds of millions by only having these 2 stages. You have a product that is good and you have a brand, a reputation that you've built in the marketplace that allows you to kick off everything else. Now, of course, there are a lot more things that we can do as part of our marketing stack to increase our odds of success. And the next strategy that I have for you is called the alpha strategy. And I have a story for you about this strategy. So this is a strategy at the beginning of the bear market when Unfungible was started. Initially, when I didn't have the background and the case study and the portfolio that I do today, what I was limited to is helping founders with consulting, because I had, before starting Unfungible, I had worked with a couple crypto projects, but even before this, I had experience doing e-commerce, doing community building. So I've been in the game of marketing for 6 years leading into starting Unfungible. So by now it's like close to 8-9 years. I remember there was this one strategy that we named, it was called the alpha strategy. And I remember in 2023, late 2023, we got this one project that came to us. They hired us for our consulting services. We worked on the entire roadmap and we presented it to them. And then typically the way we worked is we had set amounts of calls where we would catch up, follow up, answer any questions that the team had. We never heard back from this team. We never heard back from them. So 6 months after, I remember in my head, I was like, okay, I've seen this. Like teams come in, founders come in, they think it's gonna be a three-week launch. And then we present them the roadmap, which for us is very much focused on building a real community, building something real. They come, they see this, and they realize that it is going to take more work than they anticipated. So we've seen it, a lot of projects, they just stop there. But these guys, so they disappear. And in my head, I was like, okay, it's another one. 6 months after, I get a message from the founder. And I see the message, I'm like, Leon, we're launching in 2 weeks. And by launching, he meant launching marketing. So then 2 weeks after, I saw the project launching, and that project ended up becoming the most successful NFT project launch of 2024. Whoever has been following me and has been around during that time, you know which project I'm talking about. You know who it is. I don't necessarily want to shill because I am still partners with them. So I'd rather not be giving any names on this training specifically. So then I had a debrief call with the founder of the project. And I asked him, I was like, man, out of all the things you guys did, like, what was one thing you took out of what we recommended to you? He looks at me And he was like, bro, everything you presented was really valuable, but there was one strategy that stuck with us, and that was the alpha strategy. And he said that this was the strategy that allowed them to launch and have an initial traction into the project and be able to very quickly gain the momentum and become the hypest project overnight. So today I'm going to be presenting you to the alpha strategy. Now, do you remember this piece of resource that we have right here? So far we have the ideal client profiler, we have the Blue Ocean canvas, and then we have the VIP list. As we mentioned during the founder funnel module, with the founder funnel, the strategy is using the founder brand not only to create top of funnel awareness, but also to use the founder funnel as an ability to connect and create connections that will allow you to kick off the launch on a strong note. Well, there's another strategy as well to doing this, and it almost works in parallel to the founder funnel. I've seen people just do it with the founder funnel, and I've seen people just do it with the alpha strategy. But the alpha strategy is pretty much identifying the sub-communities that your ideal customer profiles are already part of, and then infiltrating these communities to be part of them. You see, one of the things that I try to get every single founder that I ever speak to change in terms of how they think about marketing. A lot of founders come in and what they think that Web3 marketing is, they just sit back, they do some announcements, they do some marketing, and then they lay traps. And then they wait for people to tap into cross-buy and to fall in the trap. And that's how they acquire community members. But in truth, building a community and launching a project, especially in the initial cold start problem phase, a lot of it is less about laying traps and more about finding gold. Have you ever seen these documentaries, the Gold Rush documentaries? It's not like you have a cave and you have like just gold sitting there waiting to be collected. Instead, a gold rush is you just see a patch of soil that to the regular eye looks like just dirt. It's just dirt, it's a mountain, there's like some vegetation. But then what you have to do is you have to sift through thousands of tons of sand for you to get a nugget of gold. And that nugget of gold is valuable enough for all the work to pay off. This is community building, ladies and gentlemen. This right here, what I'm describing to you, is community building. So what I will invite you to move into, the intention that you're gonna move into after watching this course or this training, is to stop playing on the defensive and start playing on the offensive. Whatever project you are building, you have the ideal customer profile that we've looked at. There are communities out there that already have the types of personas that perfectly represent who you want to attract into your project. If you are building a DeFi product, there are hundreds of DeFi communities out there. Hundreds of DeFi communities that you can go infiltrate, become a regular community member with. Your ideal customers are already in the Discord. They're in the Telegram channels. They are already in the comment sections of the creators that have the ideal audience that you have. Whether you're doing this for an art marketplace, where you're building an NFT collection, you're launching a DeFi product, you have an AI agent with a token coming out, your ideal customer is already there. All you need to do is to go and infiltrate the community. And the alpha strategy is this. So what I'll ask you to do right now is to ask yourself the very simple question. Who are communities that already have my target audience? Who are these communities? And then what you're gonna do is you're gonna find a way to infiltrate these communities. I have this very good friend of mine. He very, very big in the gaming space. They recently launched a token. And he told me, he was like, bro, you know, one of the big reasons why I was able to get so much volume on my token is because I was a big holder in a very big meme coin, like top 5 meme coins. And he was one of the holders that owned over, I think it was 7 figures, so over $1 million or over $700,000, something along these lines. So by owning a certain amounts of tokens, you had access to a whale chat on X. So he was one of them. And by just him being in that whale chat, he was able to all of a sudden network with other whales. Do you need to have $700,000 of assets? Absolutely not. With $20,000, you can find your way into multiple communities. NFT communities, by the way, are a great start. You might notice that there's a lot of overlaps between certain communities with your project, whether it's also an NFT project or even a DeFi, an AI project, you name it. The thing about crypto marketing is I hear it very often, which is people saying, yeah, but it doesn't work in my niche. And by saying this, you are literally saying that the humans you are marketing to operate under different sets of beliefs and realities than the rest of humans on this earth. No. Since when does having one-on-one conversations and warming up a relationship with someone, since when is that a bad thing? No matter which industry you're in. And if no one is doing it, that is exactly your sign of why you should be doing it. Because what most projects are doing is, to be completely honest, and this is based on statistical data, it's not working very well. It's a very hard industry to be working in, ladies and gentlemen. Like, I say this genuinely, Web3 is hard. It's a hard industry to work in. Even if you hit the jackpot, you still are gonna face the downward trend that will come with every token doing well. For everything, if something has to goes up, it will go down. And you will have to live through a downturn. It's a hard industry and you've chosen this industry, which is why I wanna help you right now. So this is the alpha strategy. How do you find communities that represent who you are and how do you infiltrate them? And this is where right now we have the founder funnel and the alpha strategy working together. And this is where we're gonna move into the next step, which is influencer marketing. But before we do this, I wanna introduce you to a concept. And this is a concept that I learned from Alex Hermosi's team when I flew to Vegas to have it was a 2-day workshop that I did with them. I remember having a conversation with their head of marketer. And he told me that the typical blueprint that Alex Hermosi follows any time there's a launch is one called whisper, tease, shout. This is the launch framework that is always followed anytime there's a big announcement. I'll give you the example of the recent book. So this was the book that Alex Hermosi launched, $100 million money models. And the very first time that Hermosi mentioned that he was working on a new book, that being it, was 2 years ago. I remember I was watching him live stream. That was when he announced his previous book. He made it over a live stream. And then at the end of the live stream, he was like, by the way, guys, that next book, it's already ready, by the way. And he had the book in his hands and it was blurred right here. So what this did is, in my mind, subconsciously, all of a sudden I knew that, okay, there's another book coming. What was it? No idea. When was it coming out? No idea. But he planted the seed. And that was the whisper stage. That was the beginning of the whisper stage. Then, 6 months before the launch of the book, I started seeing more of himself speaking about the book. He started mentioning the book on more of his videos. He started posting about it. He started kind of hyping up the idea of a new book coming out. And this for him was the beginning of the tease phase. It was, I remember, like, just me being a consumer, I still didn't know what the book was about. I didn't know when it was coming out, but it almost started to feel like it was soon. Like it was accelerating. And then 30 days before the launch, he started shouting about it. It was like, he set a date, he mentioned what the book was about, and then he ramped the whole marketing. He started shouting by the literal definition. This is the whisper, tease, shout methodology. Guess how most crypto projects want to operate? And I've heard this so many times. Projects come in and they're like, Leon, our marketing window is 6 weeks. And they're trying to go from no one to someone in 6 weeks. And this is an example of a project that comes in just wanting to shout. And by only shouting, what you lose the ability to do is you lose the ability of extending your marketing on a long enough duration so that your potential customers are exposed to you multiple times. The thing about crypto, we're a very skeptical industry. People have gotten burned. People just don't trust founders that much. So people need to see you on their timeline a couple times before they trust you enough to go and explore your ecosystem. The only caveat to this is if you come out of nowhere and you're super warm, and social proof creates the trust. Because when you see all your friends and people you follow talking about a project, all of a sudden you borrow the trust that you have in your friends towards that project. So the only caveat of you being able to shout is if you launch with a huge hyped marketing campaign. But for you to do this, as we've seen, we need to build the founder funnel, and the founder funnel takes time. So what I would invite you to do is even as you're building the founder funnel, although you might not have a launch date ready, although your project might not be ready to announce and describe what is it you're building, use this as a moment to start to whisper, teasing, and eventually shouting. So when we say whisper, so during the whisper phase, what you have is you have vague context, low details, no timelines. This is what differentiates whisper from all the other stages. So now, for example, a good announcement would be for whispering, would be like just like, I'm working on a very big project. For me, for example, I started, by the time you're watching this course, I'm currently going through the whisper tease shout as we speak. Because right now I'm filming this and the course is not yet live, it's not yet announced. Nothing is, I'm working on this, but as I'm filming this, I've started teasing. I've started telling people that I'm working on my biggest content project to date. And then my team is starting to hop on this trend as well. They're starting to tease what is coming themselves as well. Then we move into the tease stage. And then we have some context, some details, no timeline. Context is simplify things for you. Context is what are you building? Details is how are you launching it? So context is I'm building a marketplace. Details is I'm launching the token of the marketplace. These are the context and detail just for you to know. And then finally, when you shout, this is where you give high context, high details, and then timeline. So locked in timeline, we're launching by X date. Now, how does this relate to the founder funnel and the alpha strategy, you might ask? And that's how they do. The whisper tease shout can even be used with your founder account, obviously, needless to say, but it can also be used within the connection network that you have. And we're going to be talking about it in the discovery call loop strategy a little bit down the line. But when you think about it, imagine you have all these connections in your VIP list. You have all these people. What you can do leading up to the launch is you can tell them, hey John, by the way, I just wanted to let you know I'm about to announce something really huge in 2 weeks about that I think is going to change the Solana ecosystem. Once it's live, I'd love to find a way to get you involved in this. And this could be like a pre-sale, for example, and you can have like limited spots of the pre-sale and you make them feel special for you thinking about them, for example. So you can start to whisper, teasing, and shouting one-on-one, not just one-to-many. So that's also how I would invite you to start thinking about the whisper, tease, and shout methodology. And this brings us into one of the most exciting topics for a lot of people, which is influencer marketing, which fundamentally is the only strategy most projects use. They don't use any of the other strategies we talk about. They just launch thinking that influencer marketing alone will do the trick. Well, as you've seen by so far in this training, there's a lot more to it. So in this very section, we're going to be talking about 3 things, which are best practices, how do we use them, and where do you find them? So here's an interesting one. If you are going to be going the influencer marketing route, there's something very important that you need to know. This is from a book that I read. It's a great book. It's called Predictably Irrational. And it talks about how us as humans, we have a tendency, although we think we are a rational species, have a tendency to operate in very irrational ways. And there was one segment that really speaks about, it hit me deep, and it explained a lot of things that I knew about marketing but didn't really understand in core concepts. It talks about the 2 realities that we as humans operate under, which are the social norms and the market norms. So what does it say? Imagine if you were to go to your mother's house on a weekend with your family for a Thanksgiving dinner, let's say. And at the end of the dinner, you look at your mom, you're like, Mom, this was delicious. My girlfriend and I really loved the dinner. Would you think that $300 is enough to cover for the dinner? If you did this would be a sure way to piss off your mom. And the reason why this isn't something that happens in any culture around the world is because Family, friends, and relationships are very much geared around the social norms world that we live in. We as humans, when you go help your neighbor move his furniture because you see him struggling, you are not expecting any form of payment. You are doing this as a service to your neighbor, as a fellow human. So the social norms part of our lives is dictated by relationships. It's dictated by the goodwill that we have for people, and it's not transactional. While the market norms is, that's, for example, the same person that will happily go hang out with his friends for 5 hours on a weekend might charge an hourly rate for consultation sessions if anyone reaches out to him needing support on their business, for example. This is the difference. And the moment you try to bring social norms into market norms or market norms into social norms, you have something that doesn't click. Now, the reason why I share this story with you is because there are two ways to activate influencers. The first way is through social norms. The second way is through market norms. And once you do one of these two, you cannot exchange anymore. There is no middle ground between doing the two. The same people that would charge $3,000 for one post are all of a sudden bull posting this other post because it is from a project founder that they love and they just want to be part and support that founder. Imagine the contrast. This is an influencer right here that is operating under social norms when they're supporting their friends. But then for a project that they never heard of that is looking for a paid promotion, only the market norms will apply to them. So it is going to be very important for you to understand which of these cards can you play, because how you activate them are very different. For example, a way of activating influencers using social norms is, for example, by bringing these influencers using goodwill into your ecosystem and making them feel special, giving them certain roles and certain privileges that most people don't have. Now, for you to be able to do this, it means that you need to have a project worthy of people's attention, and you need to be a founder worthy of bringing these influencers in. Again, this will not work if you are Mr. Nobody, which is why I spend so much time talking about the founder funnel, because that is the way you become this. The second thing that these big influencers are going to need and look for is other social proof of other people in their network trusting you, which is why it becomes a lot easier for you to land the big influencer, to bring them on your board and give them equity for being an advisor in your business, is by having another influencer that is their friend or that looks like them. And what you can do is you can start small and then using the small name to get the bigger name, and then the bigger name to use the bigger name, and vice versa. And that is how I've seen projects that were able to onboard influencers into their ecosystem as official ambassadors or contributors or consultants, you name the title, without getting paid. And if anything, they might get paid in goodwill, such as in tokens. I've seen some companies do it through equity, but we've seen this happen. And usually the best brands are the ones who are able to pull this off. And I wanted to make sure you know this, because the best brands are the ones who have the ability to tap into that. I'll give you an example of Abstract Chain. For example, Abstract Chain, man, you have influencers bull posting the chain every single day, and they're getting hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of paid marketing material, if you were to pay for that, for free, just because of all the goodwill and the social norm relationship the chain, Luca the founder, and the Abstract team has to the rest of the ecosystem, to the rest of crypto Twitter. And they've made their project appealing enough for people to want to talk about the project. Again, you need something interesting. Remember the case study we spoke about earlier about Brand Coins and Rect, how they made something interesting that made people want to talk about it. That's an example. So you need to have the culmination of everything we spoke about before to be able to land this. The alternative is you just have to pay your way in. And that is where if you want a like, you pay for the like. If you want a comment, you pay for the comment. If you need a retweet, you have to pay for the retweet. And it's a strategy that works. It's very costly. It will get you to run out of cash pretty quickly, especially if you don't have big reserves. But that is a path when it comes to influencer marketing. Again, so unless, and I fear to be repeating myself a lot, but unless you're operating on big marketing budgets, you're gonna wanna stick to the other strategies spoken previously during this training. So we've spoken about best practices. So now, how do we actually use influencers if we are going to be deploying a budget? Because you can still deploy a small budget if you want that extra push You might want to control the opinion that is out there. So how do we use influencers? And the golden rule for influencers is organic campaigns get organic results. I'll tell you a story about this one. So not too long ago, remember the example of Project X and Lamboland that I told you? They kicked the project off, and within the first week, I believe the project account had 30,000 followers. Around the same time, there was a gaming project that had huge backing, big VC, big names behind it, pretty big project. They did a blitz marketing campaign where they got all the big influencers, all of them on the timeline, and I'm talking about on crypto Twitter. All of them started to talk about this very project. And I remember there were 2 days where they were all over my timeline. Guess how many subscribers this project got after that campaign? 2,000. So Project X that had spent $0 in marketing, and I have gotten written confirmation that they spent $0 on marketing, versus a project that most likely spent about, I would say, $80,000 to $100,000 on marketing to get the results that they did. One was able to get 20,000 followers, the other was able to get 2,000 followers. And the reason why is because of this phenomenon right here. Organic campaigns get organic results. The gaming project campaign looked like a hard shill. It looked like the influencers were just talking about it because they got a check. That is the only reason why they're talking about this project. And here's a way that we work with our partners when deploying influencers. And by the way, by all means, we don't do influencer marketing campaigns. People don't just come to us and just like, hey guys, can you manage our influencer? Like, we don't do none of this. This is not the service that I have interest in offering in the marketplace. But we do work with teams who are deploying marketing budget. So we do work on the strategy with them as well. And here's how it works. What you want to do is the core strategy, the core word that you want to focus on is organic. You want this strategy to look as organic as possible. And there are a couple strategies of doing so. The first one is of overutilizing quote RTs and comments. These by far look the most organic. When you have the ability to make a piece of content, what is usually performs very well, and I've seen it do very well, is you have a very cinematic trailer here with your text, and then you have the influencers take this and QRT it with their own caption. And what this does is all of a sudden this looks a lot more organic than asking influencers to write a thread about you. And then the thread is going to be like, introducing the new project that is going to taking over the Asian market. I was like, bro, no one cares about this. So already the quote retweet looks a lot more organic. Number two, comments are a great way to get that organic push within the communities or the audiences of the KOLs without it looking forced, especially if the comment looks very organic. So these are the two ways I would think about it. A more advanced strategy is the following. So you make this post right here. Step two is the following. You get tier. This is real alpha, by the way. Like, I probably shouldn't be sharing this right now, but this is the sauce of the secret sauce that works like magic. So you get tier 1 KOLs to QRT this, QRT. So I'm gonna draw it just for visualizations purposes. So this right here is the QRT'd post by the influencers. Let's say you have 3 to 5 tier 1 influencers QRTing it. What you're gonna do next is you're gonna have tier 2 KOLs reposting plus engaging tier 1 posts. So you're paying to get the tier 1's KOL's post boosted, because what you want when it comes to influencer marketing is you want to boost the perception that big people are talking about you organically. So you take tier 1, tier 2 KOLs, and you make sure that they repost and engage on that piece of content. And then what you can do if you have tier 3 in the mix, which, you know, here you get into diminishing return territories, but there is a play there as well, is a blitz commentary campaign. This works very well when you do this en masse, so in mass, with a project that catches on to become narrative. So here's what I mean. Let's say tier 1 and tier 2 entrepreneur talk about your project called Unfungible. So what happens with the algorithm, the way the algorithm works, is it's gonna trigger, it's gonna index that the word unfungible for that day is hot. So what's gonna happen, any word that covers unfungible will start ranking on the algorithm a lot better. I mean, we've seen it. Let's say Donald Trump talks about something crypto related. Any word or any post that you make that has Donald Trump keyword will perform better. Same applies with on a micro level. So let's say unfungible all of a sudden is indexed as a keyword that will rank higher. When you get these tier 3 influencers, let's say you get 30 of them, to comment on why is this unfungible thing all over my timeline? Or do you guys know what Unfungible is doing? So pretty much giving commentary on what is happening by posting about it. And because these are small accounts, they will look a lot more organic than if the bigger ones were to do this. And if this is done well, and this is the ultimate goal, the goal is not for you to ride off the impression that you will get from the KOLs, but it's to trigger a narrative on X talking about your project. That is the goal. That is the ultimate goal of an influencer marketing strategy. How do you crack your way into becoming part of conversation? And to get there is very hard. And you need to have a very interesting project and a very new, novel, unique, and everything we spoke about before. But if you can crack this, all of a sudden you have something that can quickly grow. If I am to analyze project X, not a single dollar in marketing spend, and they were able to crack this based on the founder funnel strategy that I told you about. And they were everything the whole timeline was talking about. The whole timeline was just talking about this one project just because they became conversation. And people log in and they're just trying to see what is in conversation today and how do I ride on what people are talking about so I can get engagement and just be active on the timeline. That's what people want to do. People are bored. People don't know what to post about. They need to be fed material. They need to be fed information. They need to speculate. The people want to speculate, and that means speculating with their money and speculating with their opinion. So give the people what they want. That is the goal of the influencer marketing strategy. This is an advanced strategy. Another advanced strategy as well that I will again leak to you because, hey man, if you're this deep into the training, you deserve to know the secret sauce. Everyone understands doing boosted influencer campaigns on the project account, which is the project puts out a trailer and then the trailer gets boosted. How we like to do it at Unfungible, and by now you know how much emphasis I put on the founder funnel, is imagine boosting the founder content. So you have the founder making a piece of content talking about his experience. So imagine a piece of content that says this. Imagine Leon right now. This is a video of me speaking. And I'm like, I spent the last decade of my life building communities. And the thing that I struggle with the most is how do you retain and track who are the community members that are actively involved and creating value in the community versus extracting it. And after 10 years of being a community builder, I finally find the solution. And the solution to it is by using what we call proof of contribution, which is a new protocol that we created. And here's how it works. So imagine you take this, I post this on my account, and then I have all the influencers reposting this. How much more organic would it look versus if it was a project account? It will look a lot more organic because it taps into the number one law of marketing, which is that human relate with humans. I remember, so the founder funnel is something we work a lot on. I would say this is our core focus at Unfungible. And I remember one day I woke up and I saw one of the founders that we work on, a huge up and coming TGE project, depending on the time you watch this, but they're top 3 pre-TGE project right now. What I love about the founder is he understands the importance of the founder funnel, and we've been working with him for close to 5 months now on the founder funnel. And I remember one day I woke up, I opened my X, and I saw him all over my timeline. The founder was all over, everyone was like quote retweeting him, commenting, reposting, he was over the timeline. So I looked at this, and I sent a text to my team. I'm like, team, is this us? Or is the founder viral because he just like caught on today? So my team answers and they're like, no, Leon, this was us. So I didn't even know that this was the fruits of our campaign that we ran. I didn't know. That's how organic it looked. And that is the power of using what I just told you on the founder account itself. So try it yourself. Please don't leak the secret sauce. Keep it between us because it works really well. And if everyone's doing it, then it no longer works. But I trust you will keep this between us. So now, my trusted companion, we get to the third part, which is where do you find the best influencers? And if by now you have a good founder funnel, your ability to get responses from the right influencers will be a lot higher. If not, the second best way is to go through the gatekeepers. A lot of these influencers are working with agencies. They're working with managers that manage the deal flow for them. And I know a few. This is not necessarily something we do at Unfungible, so this is not me telling you to work with an agency. But the best influencers will either ghost you, answer you themselves, or refer you to their manager. The good thing is if you get put in contact with a manager, that manager is probably managing a couple different influencers. Don't DM and do not touch the influencers that have DM me for a promo in their bio. Don't do it, don't touch it. Honestly, a big part of it, like I would tell you what is a good tool to use, but it's not like in Web 2 where you have like an influencer marketplace that you can log into and you can just like buy campaigns. There's no such thing. And if there is a tool, they're probably not good influencers, to be honest with you. So what you need is you need to be in the know in crypto. You need to know who are the people with a voice, who are the people that are LARPing as having a voice but don't really have any pull in the marketplace. It's kind of one of those things that you just know. And a good tool that you can use is, for example, Kaito. So Kaito, for example, you can filter by the top yappers, and usually the top yappers are the people with the most brand reach. You will notice a lot of them are either business owners or they don't do paid promos. Some do. So a lot do actually, to be thinking about it, there's just a lot do. So these are all people that you can put in a hit list and then contact and try to get to them. And again, these people, unless you are known, they will request money. Don't go to these people and just be like, hey, I'll give you an NFT whitelist or I'll give you token allocation. If they don't know you, that's the best way to burn a relationship, because then it becomes very hard to recover from this. Because especially creators, the big creators, here's the thing about them. They get approached a lot. They have a lot of brands coming to them. The real people that are printing this bull market are not the business owners. They're the creators, by the way. So they get a lot of DMs and they are almost nonchalant when they see a founder that does not respect the hard work that they've put into their audience. So they will just ghost you and never answer you again. And you don't really want to burn this. So make sure you at least try to develop the relationship, try to comment on their posts, put them in a list, engage with it regularly, and then slide in with the request when you have the ability to. So that's it for influencer marketing. For top of funnel, what we've covered so far is typically what most projects launch with: founder funnel, alpha strategy, influencer marketing. Alpha strategy, by the way, is nothing but having a network. So founder funnel, network, arbitrage, and influencers. Now there's a couple other strategies that I want to talk to you about that I think are going to be important. So these are going to be more like rapid fire thoughts on them and how you can use them the best. With the first one being collab strategy. And the collab strategy is nothing but cross promotion between different communities. Let's say you're a DeFi project collaborating with another DeFi project to give allocations to their community, and then they announce and then they bring their community. These are great ways of doing that. A couple quick thoughts is you want to be very careful of the types of community members you attract through collaborations. A lot of the alpha groups, a lot of the people that are actively looking for allocations and alpha, these will not be your golden community members. These will not be people that will fall in love with your project, because these are people who are in it because they see the ability to make a quick return. And the problem with these people is that they're unpredictable. I've seen it again and again, a project that is over allocated, all of a sudden not even launch and not even mint, for example, if we're talking about an NFT project, not even mint 20% of the supply, because all these mercenaries, let's say, that they had in their whitelist, looked at the project and they were like, nah. So the project had the perception that it was going to do very well because these people give false signals. They hype and they LFG, let's go, max minting to the moon, and then they never touch the project. So you want to be very careful. My pro tip for you, especially whether you have a token or an NFT, if you have products, the collab strategy does not work in its current form. Like, it's not something you need. But for these two, what I would focus on is I would make sure that my project is desirable enough and hyped enough, so has enough attention where you have the ability to negotiate something back. Because here's the dynamic. Whenever you are negotiating with someone has power. You either want to give them your allocations because they have a good community, or their community wants your allocation because you have a good project. You want to make sure that is the second one. So you want to make sure that you're the one that has all the leverage in the negotiation. And I've seen it in some projects that are very hyped. For example, they require that for a community to get allocations, they need to be posting about a project. So every single person in the community, or let's say they have 100 allocations, 100 people have to be posting about the project. So what you're able to do then is you're able to use your allocation as a negotiation card to get people to do an action that you want, because you want people to be talking about you on their timeline. So that's what my recommendation will be. If you are a project, I would definitely consider hiring someone that already has the network, that already has a connection. If again, you will know if the collab strategy is one that you need, because I guess if you're building in this space, you kind of know what you need. And I would make sure to hire someone that is good. So not someone that has bullshit connections, but someone that actually is well connected in this space. So pay a little bit extra if you have to, but trust me, do it. Then we got InfoFi. The great debate of 2025 is InfoFi the greatest thing to happen to marketing? Is it the agency killer, or is it just another fad? And my answer to it is somewhere in the middle. I think InfoFi definitely has a space as part of a campaign if you have the right ammo. So the thing about InfoFi is it has evolved into a place of a lot of noise. There's a lot of noise on the timeline right now. And a big part of that is because of the over financialization of the model, where Kaito, for example, the company who pioneered it, shout out to Kaito. I mean, for you to get there, you did something right. They opened their business model too quickly, too fast, and their leaderboard, the potential leaderboard now that they have on the platform, there's like 50 projects that are on the Kaito leaderboard. So these are 50 projects that people can talk about and yap about and gain rewards. So there's been a big dilution. One of the things you have to make easy for if you're going to use InfoFi platforms is you want to make sure that you have good material that you can give to the yappers. So the yappers are the people that are going to talk about you. You want to give them good ammo. Therefore, you want to make very creative material. Not only give them brand assets, or not only make it easy for them to repeat what you're talking about using the category king and the word that you've pioneered and the unique selling proposition, and doing all the things that we've talked about, making it very clear to them, but also give them a variety in marketing collateral. The example of the project that I told you, top 3 on Kaito right now, because we've done the founder funnel with the founder has a lot of very good content on his feed. And we've seen it, I see this very often, yappers use that content. They use these interview clips with the podcast with the founder podcast. They use these clips and they republish them. So we have people clipping videos. We have people, like, this is all free material, free content that you can use. A lot of it is noise, a lot of it is top of funnel, but if you have good content, this is what will differentiate slop versus quality. Now, should you use InfoFi? My thinking is, if you have $100,000 to spare, and it's for you $100,000 is not a big deal, absolutely, why not? I have an example of this. Not too long ago, I had this good friend of mine, someone who started as someone supporting me on the content, and then over time we became friends. He sent me a message and he was like, Leon, there's this brand that we all know about that recently listed on Kaito, but it doesn't seem like they needed it because they have all the attention, they have the founder funnel, they have the unique selling proposition. Like, they have a lot of the things that you're talking about. Why would they do Kaito? My answer was, bro, you're absolutely right. They have everything dialed in, but one of the things that they have is they have a lot of freaking money. Like, the founder is stacked. I'm talking multi 8 figures. So $100,000 listing on Kaito, why not? Again, we founder businesses, a lot of them are heavily funded, but something super important to know. InfoFi will not save you. You will not have a successful outcome of a launch because of InfoFi. Because what InfoFi does is it gets you a lot of noise, it gets you a lot of top of funnel, but it does not necessarily get you strong, loyal community members, which is actually something we're going to be talking about in phase number 3, which is going to be the discovery call loop. Strong strategy to build very strong community. But InfoFi does not do this. The pro tip, if you do want to go with InfoFi, is have good material. The next question is, which platform do you go to? To be completely honest, by the time you're watching this, there are dozens of InfoFi platforms. Like it started with Kaito, and then Cookie came out, and then we have other founders. Like I currently know 4 teams that are working on, 4 teams that are working on an InfoFi product. And all of them are genuinely convinced that they have something a lot better than Kaito. So there's a lot of platforms out there. You do want to find the one that has the best users. And I do personally think, just because of the law of leadership, again, this also, remember we talked about this earlier, because of the law of leadership, I personally think Kaito will remain the number 1, unless someone is able to come in and create something very new that hasn't been seen before. Until the other platform are just another, maybe better InfoFi product, Kaito will remain the number 1 by market share. These are my personal thoughts on this matter. Very nice. Now going back to our trusted agenda right here. We've just covered influencer marketing. We covered alpha strategy. We talked about collaboration strategy, InfoFi, and this is where we have Spaces and Livestream. I personally am a huge fan of Twitter Spaces. I think Twitter Spaces is a fantastic undertapped marketing channel that really very few people have managed to utilize well. And I remember one of my guys at Unfungible, his name is Andrew. I've given this example multiple times by now, but he's a very big supporter of Pudgy Penguins. He's a big holder. He has received hundreds of thousands of dollars in airdrop. He's held all of them. He's held all the assets as it went down. He's the type of person that has a very strong audience. He has a big following. He has a podcast, the type of person that will charge thousands of dollars for one post. But then at the same time, he is bull posting Pudgy Penguins anytime they do something exciting. Like he's a very strong community member. When projects say, I want a community member, they are thinking, I want an Andrew. And I remember one day I asked him on a call, we were just chatting, and I asked him, I was like, bro, why did you decide to get into Pudgy? Because before this, he was a mutant. So he was part of the Yuga community. He told me, man, I personally lost hope for Yuga. But then one day I was on Twitter Spaces, and there was this other guy on the Spaces as well. His name was Luca Netz. And he started talking, and I could hear it in his voice. I could hear in the things he was saying that the guy got it. Like he understood it. And he understood exactly what I knew, but he understood it even better. And he had a very clear vision and a very clear picture of the future of the industry. And that became my moment where I bought into Pudgy Penguins. So the Andrew phenomenon is what happens when you combine a strong founder presence, so a strong founder funnel, with a medium that allows you to communicate the nuances of your project. Again, what I said, the nuances of your project. People will very rarely have the ability to hear what you're building in detail and hear you articulate the words using your own tonality, your own passion, your own way of speaking, articulate your project or how you think or what problem you're solving. Few are the channels where you can do this outside of Twitter Spaces. Like, not a lot. Which is why I'm a big proponent of Twitter Spaces. Something you need to know is that Twitter Spaces is a game of depth, not width. You will find yourself being on Twitter Spaces with 60 people live listening. But one thing for sure is that these are 60 people, more often than not, are going to be English speakers, because if they're listening to an English space, they're English speakers. A lot of them are the super users, because they're the type of community members that are in this space out of passion, not just out of extraction. If someone is on X listening to Twitter Spaces, they care about the industry. Like they're not just here to, they're not just wasting their time in this industry. And these are people you have the ability to strongly influence using your words up on stage. So I'm a very big fan of Twitter Spaces. I remember I used to have this rule when we were doing the consultancy and the go-to-market. I would tell the people we would work with, a minimum 100 hours of Twitter Spaces before you consider launching. If you do not do 100 hours of Twitter Spaces, you do not get the Leon signature of approval to launch. Like that's how much even early on we would put emphasis on Spaces. And it is true, Spaces, it used to be a bigger part of marketing launches back in the days, but it still is big. And I think right now, especially like when I'm filming this, there's a resurgence that we're seeing. I'm seeing more organic conversations happening on Spaces just because of what happened because of InfoFi. There's a lot of slop on the timeline. So people are searching these mediums where they can have these authentic conversations. So whenever you see a conversation happening in your industry, hop in or put the resources in place to have team members help you. So it's not about you being on X scrolling and finding spaces, but it's about your team helping you lock in appearances, helping you get into the podcast, helping you get into the mediums that are going to help you speak one-on-one to that target audience. This right here is the goal. And as Gary Vee said, Gary Vee became big when he had the ability to scale the unscalable. Scale the unscalable. And Twitter Spaces, X Spaces, is not a scalable marketing channel. It is not scalable at all. But that is exactly why it is effective. It's inability to scale that makes it effective. So that's what I will say about Twitter Spaces. Lean into it. It's a great channel. You get a lot of followers. I regularly do it. I love hopping on Spaces. I love hopping on podcasts. I do all these things that I'm talking to you about. And I know how powerful this is. A big reason why at Unfungible, like we've put so much emphasis on Spaces is because I know they work like a charm. Very strong. And you can hop on other people's spaces, but then you should also be creating your own space. So internally at Unfungible, we call them hosted spaces when you're hosting it, and then space tour when you're speaking. And the goal is mixing 2 to 1. So for every 2 space tours that you do, you want to host 1 space. And I think that's a good medium. Going back to our VIP list, what is one of the best ways to turn someone from lukewarm to warm or from cold to warm? Is by having them on your Twitter Spaces. So let's say you are to meet certain people and you exchange DMs and then you kick off a Twitter Space and you send invitations to all of them. You make it personalized, please. Like don't just spam people. Tell people, hey, by the way, I'm hosting a space tomorrow. Would love to have you on. If you can't, no problem, but just wanted I just thought of you. So these small invitations, you're dripping people and you're showing people that you're not here to extract, instead you're here to give them a platform. You're here to help them. If you're the one hosting it on your account, a lot of people would be happy to consider it. So that's a great way to turn your lukewarm and cold list into a warm one. And you'll only really know the power of using Spaces once you've actually tried it. So that's what I will say regarding Spaces plus live streams. Just for the question that I often get, which is Spaces or live stream. My answer is both. Spaces when you want it to be more social. Live stream is when you want to do a demo. So let's say you have a demo, you're trying to show your new product, your new platform, or if you want it to be like more of a Q&A where the community asks questions to you via text, I would do a live stream. And of course I would be doxxed. I do not believe in an undoxed founder. Again, this is my contrarian narrative. I have one, so should you. My contrarian narrative is that you should show as much of you as you can without, of course, jeopardizing your security, because I know not every founder lives in Dubai. So I respect this, but like, come on, just what do you look like? Like, show the world what you do. So that's what I'll say. And this brings us to the final part right here, which is going to be alternative PR, conferences, media buying. The reason why I wanted to bring up these alternative strategies is because they do exist, and people do ask me about them. But I will tell you this, unless you are trying to advertise to Web2 normies, or unless you're really trying to change your brand image from negative to positive, I don't personally think PR need to be a part of your strategy. Again, if you have a lot of money and are just happy to spend, please, by all means. But I wouldn't put PR as one of the top ones. In real life, conferences do have a play. However, I like to think about it from a dollar to dollar value. So I've seen these teams go and spend $15,000 just on a booth at Token 2049 and then fly their whole team to that, pay $3,000 per team member, flights plus hotels, plus accommodation, plus food for a whole week. So assume we get to $15,000. So assume now the total becomes $30,000. For $30,000, you can organize a lot of Twitter spaces and you can have an army of people that are full-time engaging and making connections with community members. When people think about conferences, they don't also think about the alternative of what can be done. And the answer is a lot of things. A lot of things can be done with these resources. It's just a self-limiting belief to think that you can only make one-on-one connections and really build a strong community in real life events. Does it hurt? Absolutely not. Again, I come from the school of thought where it will never hurt meeting your community members and shaking hands with your community members. But I'm just thinking for myself of how I've built Unfungible. A lot of it was just doing the strategies that I spoke to you about. So that week that you're gonna spend and send your whole team to Singapore for Token 2049, instead, what would you be able to do for the founder funnel in terms of resources if you were to put that time, energy, resources towards your founder funnel? Don't you think you would get better results? That's just my thinking. And fundamentally, it's up to you, depending on what you're trying to build, depending on what you're trying to achieve. Conferences are a very good place to do BD work. To BD, you can get other B2B businesses. At Unfungible, we just like to keep it online because the whole 100% of crypto is online, but then only 2% go to conferences. So I like to stick to being able to do these big activation. And personally, I just like to go and shake hands with my clients in real life events. Like that is the only reason I go, is just to go have cigars, have a dinner with my clients. That is the only reason why I like to do conferences. And then finally, media buying, like ads, Twitter ads, Instagram ads, Facebook ads. I personally, unless you're Binance and you're a company that is doing billboard marketing, because Binance does spend a lot of money on ads. They're spending 7 figures per month just on ads. But for them, they are playing a different game of marketing, where for them, they are playing the game of top of mind, remaining in front of people. They want to stay in front of people so that one day when a person wants to go and trade this one token or they want to long this one thing, they will think, oh yeah, my Binance account. So Binance, they already own almost 100% of marketplace. I mean, most people have a Binance account. They probably have another account as well. Maybe Coinbase is their main account, but everyone has a Binance account. So what Binance is trying to do is how do we bring people back to us? And for them to do this, they need to stay in front of people. Top of mind awareness. They need to be omnipresent in front of you. And for them, that is how they're using ads. It's less to get conversion, but it's more to stay top of mind. I have yet to see, and I hope the industry evolves away from this, but I have yet to see a company being able to successfully acquire a customer using paid ads. The moment this becomes a thing, I will be the first to jump on it because I know the power of paid ads. I had my big breakthroughs in business when I was doing e-commerce and we cracked a marketing channel. And I remember we were spending, there was a time, I remember my top day, and I was spending money on my business credit card. I spent $17,000 in 24 hours just on paid ads. And I remember the experience saying for every dollar I would put in, I would get $3 back. And I looked at this, I was like, this became my revelation moment of just how powerful paid ads can be. So you can scale quickly. But in crypto, we don't have the ability to put $1 in, get $3 back. Because of culture, the community doesn't react to paid ads. No one bought into a TGE because they saw an ad. Number two, how messaging is done in crypto is a lot more narrative driven, a lot less direct response driven. In traditional marketing, you call out the customer, you highlight the point, and then you position your solution, your product as the solution. In crypto, none of that. There's none of that as part of the equation. It's a lot more indirect marketing. So these are right here are my thoughts about media buying, conferences, and PR strategies. And this right here, ladies and gentlemen, marks the end of phase number 2, which is the kickoff phase. How do you start getting attention on your project? How do you fill your top of funnel? What we're going to be talking about next is going to be the middle of funnel. How do we start funneling people deeper down our ecosystem? And there's a couple of strategies that I'm honestly very excited about, including the discovery call loop strategy. That's going to be point number 2. And the community commitment curve is a very important concept that you need to know as well. So can't wait to see you tomorrow. So this right here brings us to phase number 3 of the launch, which is the middle of funnel multipliers. Now that we have our acquisition channels in place, we have the founder funnel that is up and running, we have the influencer marketing campaigns, we have all the other strategies that are designed to fill our top of funnel. How do we start filling in our bottom of funnel? What is the strategy going to look like? And it all starts with what is called the community commitment curve. The first time I realized the importance of the community commitment curve was actually when I learned it the hard way because I didn't have one. And this was in 2020. Back then, my top community on Instagram had, I think, about 700,000 followers. It was, I would say, at its epitome. The community was as healthy as it was. The community was strong. The brand was strong. Everything was going great. So what I decided to do was to open a Discord channel for my community. I wanted to have in my mind, I wanted to create a home for my community so that they can chat within one another and have these conversations. So what I ended up doing is I ended up creating this super hyped marketing campaign. It was a couple days, I would like tease it, and people were super excited, people were looking forward to it. And then I drop the Discord channel link. And at first, people flood in. The chat was lively. You know, when you see like you have to scroll, it's an infinite scroll. The community was active, and I thought I had like just struck gold. I was like, beautiful, I'm set. And then something started to happen the next day. All the flow of traffic came on the first day. And then the second day, I noticed that the channel was a little bit less active. And then the third day, the channel was even more a little bit less active. And then the fourth day, I started to get worried. People stopped coming in because everyone who wanted to came in. The channel had a couple thousand people in it. And then day 4, I started to get worried. I started seeing people like, no matter how many announcements I try to make, no matter how many messages I try to send and how many questions of the day I tried to ask, I was feeling like the community was dying off. And by day number 10, it was pretty much no one was talking anymore. And in hindsight, now that I have more marketing experience, this was like 5 years after this, I realized that the thing that I missed was a community commitment curve. People came into the channel and this became the end of their journey within my community. There were no other next steps that they could take to further travel into the ecosystem. There was nothing else to anticipate as part of them joining the community. They joined the Discord and then the journey stopped there. And back then, I thought that the only solution that I had was just continue marketing, and there was always that 1% of people that will keep speaking. So if I bring enough 1%, I will have a Discord channel that will be very active. It didn't pan out that way. It didn't work. And the reason I share this story is I notice and I've observed that a lot more founders that are building in Web3 are treating their community the same way. They open up their community and then there are no next steps that exist within the funnel so that people can continue traveling through it effectively. And the solution to it is what we're going to be talking about right now, which is called the community commitment curve. And this is an example that I've brought up a couple of times. If you've been watching the videos, you've most definitely heard this example many times. But here's what the community commitment curve looks like. If we're going to draw it, it portrays the journey of a community member from them discovering your project right here at the very beginning to them becoming at the very top a leader within the community. A leader being someone that takes the initiative on their own, moderates the community, organizes the in real life events. These are the types of people that you see like that do the Lego meetups, or who remembers the Pokemon Go? They would just do meetups in real life and people would come in. These are leaders within the community. And that is the ultimate goal that every community would dream of having. Pudgy Penguins, by the way, one of the things that you see about their community that is different than all the other communities that I've observed is that the Pudgy Penguin community has a lot of leaders within it. I see a lot of people doing their own little meetups. I see a lot of people buying Pengu plushies and distributing them to people. You can tell that this specific community has managed to create a lot of leaders within it. So at every step of the way of the community commitment curve, you need very well-defined sets of action that the community can take to further grow within the ecosystem. I'll tell you the example of Airbnb, because Airbnb are the people that actually pioneered the community commitment curve, and it became a marketing concept after Airbnb pioneered it. So that they were the ones who really brought the community commitment curve into mainstream marketing conversation. For Airbnb, the ultimate goal of what a community leader looks like is a super host. This is someone who owns perhaps multiple Airbnb properties. They have a great rating. They treat their listings like a mini business for themselves. And Airbnb realized that between someone who had never used Airbnb, didn't know what Airbnb was, them opening up their home to strangers was too big of a gap. It's very hard to take a stranger on the street to someone that is literally opening up their home for strangers to sleep on their bed overnight. So what they needed is they needed a sequence of events that would happen that would warm people up to the idea. And the way they constructed their community commitment curve is they interviewed some of their super hosts and they asked them, what was the first thing that you did when you started learning about Airbnb? And then what is the next thing that you did? And what is the next thing until you got to the point where you are today, hosting people in your home? And they realized that most people started off with Airbnb by reading a blog article about the company, about what it looks like hosting on Airbnb. So what does it look like hosting on Airbnb? How much money can I be making on Airbnb? What type of demand can I expect to see within the area that I live in? So Airbnb came up with, at first they started writing blog articles. Today they have all the calculators and they ask you, they literally tell you, like if you notice on Airbnb, the first thing that you see when you land on host on Airbnb, it's calculate how much money I can make. But at first it started as a blog article. And then they noticed that after the blog article, they invited people to go and attend in real life host meetups within the city. So New York City, for example, was a very big hub. They would organize all these meetups and they would bring in hosts, and then they would have presentations, they would have team members from Airbnb come in, give presentations, they would have hosts give success stories about how they turned it into a business. And then what they would do, the third step, is they would invite potential hosts to become a guest in an Airbnb. So they would invite someone to become a guest, be a guest before becoming a host. So they would go experience the Airbnb experience, and then, and only then, were people ready to become hosts on Airbnb. So for them, it started off, read the article, attend an in real life free workshop, book your first stay, and then open your first home. When all of a sudden Airbnb crafts their marketing message to follow that sequence of events, the return on investment they would get on their marketing is a lot higher. They know what are the different steps in the funnel and they know how to attribute results to each, versus just host on Airbnb and have that huge journey that will probably have, although people will travel it, there will be a lot of drop off. And the goal with the community commitment curve is to capture these individuals. So then my question for you right here, from taking someone who is a complete stranger to someone that is right here, a leader within your community, what are the different sets of action that need to happen? The first one that I'm gonna just drop a few because every community is different. Depending on your type of project, it is different. But I'm just gonna give you a couple different examples. The very first one will obviously they need to follow you. They need to follow founder or project on X. And you're gonna notice, by the way, how this will tie into the next point that we have, which is the discovery call loop. Great strategy. So follow founder/project. That is an action. Them commenting and engaging. Joining Discord, DC/TG, Telegram. Enrolling on platform if you have one. Generating accounts. Let's say people need to create an account on your platform. Generate an account. They join your Twitter space. They join your town hall, which is a space but gated behind the community. That is what a town hall is. So that would be like a Telegram live or a Discord live call. Another one that is super common is depositing money depositing on the platform, swapping. So have your first swap. You see why, now you understand why these exchanges, they give you $10 off your first swap, or do your first swap and unlock $10. They're incentivizing the first action. They're trying to get through because they know that the moment you do your first swap, you're a lot more likely to do the next one. So that's a great example, by the way. Exchanges have done a very good job at creating that community commitment curve. Let's just take the example of exchanges. Let's expand on that a little bit. Exchange, they will give you a bonus for signing up. So sign up, as we saw. So generate account. Number 2, deposit. Number 2, your first swap. Create your first swap. Number 2, trade $100, and then you have trade $1,000, and then trade $10,000. So they are incentivizing all the steps that they want you to travel within for you to become, in their eyes, a leader, which is most likely a whale within their ecosystem. So depositing, trading X amounts. These are all examples of community commitment curve journeys that people can partake in. So these right here are some of the brainstorming. It can also be things like buy certain assets. It can be refer people. It can be vote on X, let's say, do something, refer people. So these are all the types of action that people can take within your ecosystem. Now, my question right now to you is going to be, how can you build your own community commitment curve right here? And the way I've made it easy for you is within the Unfungible Growth Flywheel dashboard. I actually built out the community commitment curve steps for you. So right here, you can see the funnel steps. What does your funnel look like? And what is your target in terms of number if you have one? So what would you like to get to? Let's say if you're OKX, you would like by the end of the year to have 1 million people having traded over $1,000. It's just numbers. That would be the target right here. And these will change over time. And I actually have within the growth scorecard, this will be more related to the discovery call loop. But for now, this is going to be a good start for us to start building the funnel. Now, my pro recommendation for you, as you're crafting this, so what I would do is I would take, let's say this is 1, and I would plug 1 here. This would be 2, and I would plug 2 here, and then 3, and then 4, and I would start plugging it in. Now, here's the point where it gets interesting. Oftentimes, most teams understand what the funnel that they have is. At the end of the day, every team has the same outcome. They either want to sell tokens, they want to increase volume on their marketplace, they want to increase volume on secondary. These are the main outcomes. The 2 things I would recommend to you is, number 1, break down the journey into actionable steps. Just to give you example's sake with Leon and Unfungible, we've noticed a direct difference between someone who comes to us, who qualifies, and inquires about how they can use our services. We've noticed a night and day difference if that person has watched hours of Leon's content on YouTube versus has never watched anything about Leon. It's a night and day difference, cannot be compared. So what we did is we actually reverse engineered the funnel to expose people as they enter our funnel, to expose them to at least 3 hours of Leon's content. They get emails, they get resources, the team sends them videos, the team sends videos on themselves. We've designed our funnel in a way that exposes people to Leon and to the concepts and to Unfungible to build that trust before they even hop on the call with us. That's an example of us understanding what the funnel looks like and reverse engineering the steps. Imagine if every person that joined your ecosystem, or let's say that bought into your pre-sale, had to go through a podcast episode of the founder speaking about his goals, visions, and dreams. Wouldn't the conversion rate of these people depositing be higher? Obviously, why wouldn't it be? People will trust you more, they will understand you more, they will deposit more, and they will be less skeptical about depositing. So the outcome will be higher. So what are these checkpoints that we can create within the journey? So that's the first thing, break down the journey into actionable steps. I see a lot of teams that know where they want to go, but they have no checkpoints. They have no flags on the road to guide people. The second thing that I would do right here is that I would create continuity in my funnel. Now, I understand a lot of times when you're building out your community, you might not be ready to launch. You might not have the website ready, you might still be building things. So let's say right here we have our community journey. We're going to draw it as a line right here. And let's say step number 1 was we want people to follow and interact with us on X. Step number 2, we want people to engage or to join our Discord server. Let's say there is nothing else after. You do not have your platform ready. You cannot physically open it up. Here's what I would do. Instead of you closing the journey here, you're stopping the journey here, what I would do instead is I would have step 1, have step 2, and then I would create a bump into step number 3 right here. And how that would look is you tell people that join your Discord or you have it up there, let's say your platform is not ready yet. But imagine if people could pre-register to try the platform out. So they could pre-register, they could reserve their spot to be an early alpha tester or an early beta tester. And what you would do is you would create a bonus. So you would incentivize the journey. You would give them a bonus and they would know, which will incentivize them to take step number 3. And then what you can do is you can collect email addresses, which by the way, I think is underused in crypto. We do a lot of email marketing at Unfungible, and open rates are crazy because no one is doing it in crypto. So you get them into step number 3, whether it's going to be through a Discord announcement, whether it's going to be through a role that you give them that will create a new channel for them, whether it will be through email marketing, which you can make optional, but I definitely think that you should be collecting emails. Although you might not be ready to go to the next step, start creating the anticipation. The third point that I'm going to bring up, and I put a little note for myself up here, which is create incentives. So try to create incentives along the journey. Let's say you know that if someone creates an account and deposits $1,000 on your platform, their LTV within your platform will be $3,000. So you will make, in terms of revenue, $3,000 from that person, just because they will trade, they will swap, they will leverage, they will burn themselves. Like, this $3,000 is the LTV. Would you be willing to spend $500 to acquire that customer? Probably. Would you be willing to pay $1,000? Maybe, if you have a 3K LTV. So how do you start incentivizing at every step to get to the next step? Because this is math right here. You know that for every 100 registration, 10 will deposit 1 whale. So 1 will become a whale. It's maybe that 1% might be a bit too optimistic, but let's go for it with the example's sake. So 1 will become a whale. And a whale for you is worth $3,000 right here, total. That means if we reverse engineer the math, which means that every registration that you get on the platform is worth $30, because 3,000 divided by 100 is $30. So you're willing to spend up to $30 to get 1 registration on your platform. Would you be willing to spend $10 to increase the number of registrations that you get? Probably, because it's still under that $30. Would you be willing to spend, if we know that every person who deposits is worth $300 to us, using math, would be willing to give a $100 bonus for people who deposit with us? Most likely. I believe this is how we've managed to get to where we are right now at Unfungible and deliver the results that we have, is because we take a very methodical, mathematical approach to marketing in an industry that is very vanity metric driven. It's very hard to attribute results and to attribute numbers, but the way I like to do it is I look at the final result and I break down all these smaller steps that need to happen along the way, and I assume a number based on conversion rates at every step, just like our example of 100, 10, and 1 whale. So this right here marks the end of our community commitment curve, and this is going to bring us into step number 2, which I think is probably the most underused marketing strategy that exists, yet I think it's the most powerful, and the people who are able to master it will win big. This strategy is not limited to a certain project. This works for any type of project. And the discovery call loop strategy takes a concept that is very common in B2B businesses, which is having discovery calls with your potential customers, and then scaling that out to having this with B2C customers, so business to consumer customers. Here are the sets of assumptions that we are operating with working in crypto. Number 1, super users. Crypto The average LTV of a certain user are not in the 1 digit, neither are they in the 2 digits. They're oftentimes in the 3 and 4 digits. People, we've seen it, people that create an account end up becoming whales. People who pre-register on your, let's say, pre-sale end up buying, maxing the cap of what they can buy into. People in crypto have purchasing power. We are in an industry that have super users. People are willing to spend thousands of dollars. They're willing to sweep your floor if they believe in you. We have super users, not users. The second set of variables that we are working with is the fact that we work in a very small industry. Crypto Twitter, if you're marketing to crypto first consumers, which is happening on X, we are talking about an audience size of perhaps 300,000 to 500,000 people. Like not a lot more. There's not a lot of people. There's a lot of people who trade and there's a lot of people using Binance and all these chains, but the person who is going to deposit money into a lot of the cases that you are building, the niche cases that we have in the industry, are not going to come from normie territory. Unless you're building a normie product, which by the way is outside of the scope of this course. But if you are building for crypto Twitter, we have a very small audience size. So what we need to do, small TAM, which is total addressable market. That's what TAM stands for. So what we need to do is we can no longer just take a one-to-many approach, and we need to start thinking in one-to-one approach, courting our potential community members. A good friend of mine, big founder in the Solana space, in 2021, I was getting into the Web3 marketing game, and I asked him in Montreal, we were hanging out at his place. I asked him, I was like, bro, what's the difference between Web2 and Web3 marketing? I'm just getting into this world. He was like, Leon, in Web3 compared to Web2. In Web2, 1 plus 1 equals 2. In Web3, 1 plus 1 equals 11. And these 1 plus 1 that I'm describing, these are your community members. These are people who, once they become community members, will become part of your marketing team. These are going to be people who are going to become the evangelists of your project. They're going to bring their friends in. They're going to rock your PFP. They're going to show you on the timeline. These are your community members. And when you manage to get enough of them, they multiply. They multiply in numbers. And that is the power of community. So what other better strategy to build community than to have one-on-one conversation with your potential community members, with your potential prospects? Again, as we spoke earlier in this training, the intention for this training is to move away from a defensive stance where we are just sitting there laying the trap and waiting for people to fall into the trap. And we're moving into an offensive stance. We're out there hunting for our community members, finding them, having conversations with them, putting them on a VIP list, activating them when we need to. And this is where I want to introduce you to the discovery call loop. That's a concept that I've been talking about extensively, especially after not long ago, there was a big partner of ours who had a very successful launch, crazy successful launch. So I had a conversation with them and I asked the founder, I was like, what is one strategy that you did that one contributed to 80% of the results? He looks at me, he was like, Leon, very simply. It wasn't influencer marketing. It wasn't any PR or paid campaigns. What we did is that we managed to scale one-on-one conversations with our community members. We managed to scale this and all of a sudden found ourselves with a compounding community of people that understood what we were doing, that loved our approach, and that supported us. And that is how we were able to launch and have incredible results just because of the power of our community. And the whole ethos of how we approached this was scaling the unscalable, scaling the things that most projects aren't doing, which is what set us apart and what allowed us to have the community that we have today. So here's how the discovery call loop goes. What we're gonna do and how this ties directly into the community commitment curve. We're going to find a way to scale one-on-one conversations with our ideal target audience, especially in the early days of the project launching. And what we want to do is we want to facilitate, number one, their understanding of the project. And number two, we want to facilitate them traveling through the next funnel step that we have in front of us. So let's say you hop on a call with someone that is just on your Discord and they might not have created an account yet. Helping them on the call create their account. And here's the call framework that I'm going to suggest to you right here. I call the framework the Cash App framework. Now, before I tell you about the Cash App, you might be thinking, Leon, how do I get into contact with my ideal customers? Your ideal customers are already around you. They're already following you. They're already commenting and engaging. They're already in the same communities that you are. They are already listening in on your Twitter spaces. They're all over the place. There are multiple. If you open your account right now, you're gonna find a dozen people that could fit your ideal customer profile. What I would do is I would just send a message using the founder account, again, using the founder funnel. I would send an account introducing yourself, saying hi, pointing out something about them, and just sparking a conversation with them. Be human. You have to be human at this stage. And you can't be picky about, oh, I'm just gonna network with the top influencers. These people won't answer you. You want to network with people that look like they are crypto enjoyers. These are the people that you know are going to be in your project because they generally, like, these are the people who generally will find a sense of belonging. These aren't the people that, you know, are just like being bombarded by opportunities. These are your ideal customers. You're going to find them and you're going to find a way to introduce themselves to you. A simple way is by thanking them. Let's say they are liking you. They're liking your account posts. They're liking your comments, they are commenting on your posts, they are listening in on your Twitter spaces. DM them. Hey, my man, thank you for joining this Twitter spaces. It was great seeing you downstairs. Down there, what did you think? Or hey, man, I saw you commented on this post. You said something very interesting. So the goal is really to scale the unscalable. And whether you want to start by doing this yourself as the founder, maybe if you want to put a team behind you, perhaps. It totally depends on what stage of the project you are in. You might start by doing it yourself and then you can build a team around you because this very much is a marketing budget. And believe me, the budget that you would put just to have a task force around this is a lot less than it would cost you to run an influencer marketing campaign that will flop. Like, you can easily pay $10,000 on an influencer marketing campaign that will get you no results. $10,000, you build a team of a couple people for 2 months, you're golden. You have a strong community. So you introduce yourself to people, you get them on a call, and then you follow the Cash App sequence. Number one, clarify why you are here. This is self-explanatory, but at this stage, you're just gonna set the intention for the call. It's like, hey man, I saw you. I'm always looking to network with other people in this space. So I thought of having a conversation together. I'm happy to also show you a little bit of what we're building later on. Capiche? Good? Amazing. Next thing we're gonna do, and most founders at this stage, what they will do is they will share their screen and they will start going through a pitch deck. Please, for God's sake, do not be that founder. I will leave the call if this happens to me. Do not be the founder that will just share your screen and start sharing for the next 30 minutes. I did not come in a call to be listening to you. I came in a call to speak about myself. This is what people think. People's favorite conversation in the world is themselves. So the next thing we're going to say is we're going to ask them about themselves. And only after spending 10 to 15 minutes asking where they are from, what they do, again, just the when, what, how, why do they do what they do, why is it important? Just be good at having conversations, man, at this stage. So when, what, how, and then what you're gonna do, you're gonna listen very carefully and you're gonna take notes because you wanna ask the types of questions that will give you an indicator of what they are interested in. Let's say the person tells you that what got them into Web3 was because they love collecting art. This is great information because this then tells us that this person is a collector and they might be less money driven, more driven towards community, belonging, maybe long-term store value. Maybe they just like artistry. They like things that look beautiful. So you can start highlighting parts of your project that speak to that. If you speak with someone that works in Wall Street and you know they're an investor and they might do some VC on the side, then you know they look at different things. Like this, what I'm describing to you, this is sales 101. And yeah, like you got to get into sales if you want to do marketing. It's just adjacent skills right here. So only after you ask them about themselves for at least 10 to 15 minutes. After 5 minutes, you're going to have the urge to start talking about yourself. Don't. Just ask them about themselves. People are going to love it. 10 minutes after someone's speaking about themselves, they're going to be high on their own dopamine. It's beautiful. It's almost like going to therapy when people are just asking you about yourself and they are genuinely interested. And that's what we want to do. And by the way, this is going to make you a lot more likable. So ask them about themselves. Then, so we're going to show them what is it that we are working on. And then during that process, we're going to highlight our USP. And the way you want to package this is the following. This is like a little cheat code for you. When you ask them about themselves and they mention something interesting, there's like, oh man, I'm really into DeFi. It's like, cool man, well actually, you know what? I actually happen to be working with a DeFi project and we're building something really cool that is very new. And you know, I was wondering if I really want to find a way to bring you in and include you into what I'm building. Would you want me to show you what we have? Did you see what I just did here? I took their permission to sell them. I took their permission to introduce them to my project and made it look like this was something that they will benefit from. I want to find a way to include you in what I'm building. And people love the word include. Include. Everyone wants to be included in everything. No one wants to feel like they're being left out. So I would love to find a way to include you in what I'm building. Do you want me to show you what I have? And then you transition into showing them, and then you highlight the USP, unique selling proposition. What is that makes you different? That's where you're going to introduce the blue ocean strategy that we spoke about. That's where you're going to introduce the category king, things that we spoke about. These are all, again, the things that all stack. And then we're going to ask them what they thought. And then when you're going to ask them about what thoughts they have, the way I would invite you to do it is, most people, what they would do is they would ask, do you have any questions? And this is actually something that we were taught in sales. It was the first thing my mentor taught me, is stop asking, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions is a yes, no question answer. And most people will just have, like, in the spot, they will say no. And if they don't understand, no one will say, by the way, I didn't understand what you just said. No, people don't want to look stupid. So instead, a better question to, do you have any questions, is what questions do you have? So it goes from a yes, no to, oh, what questions do I have? None. Well, I guess if they have none, it's like, well, what do we do now? What are the next steps? So what questions do you have? Then you're going to propose next steps. And this right here, we go back to our trusted community commitment curve. That's where you're going to propose, here man, you know what? Let me get you a private invitation to our Discord. I'm going to give you a special role. Or you know what, man, let me generate to you an invitation to our platform. I'm actually going to top it up with $50. Or you know what, man, here's an invite code to my platform. It's still invite only, so don't just use this for yourself. And I hope to see you there, man. So literally get people to start using your platform, get them into the next funnel step that you have for the community commitment curve. And then last P is preserve the relationship. That's an important one. You never want to be that person that hops on a call and then we never hear back from that person. Never follows up, never gives next steps, just disappears into the void. That is what you called a lost lead. Someone that will forget about you. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, and I say this as a business owner, your ideal customers, your prospects, are not waking up every morning thinking how they can give you money. They're not. You have to be in front of them. You have to remind them that you exist. You have to be there. You have to just stay omnipresent. And an easy way of doing so is by putting people, again, in your VIP list. Right here, you can design the VIP list however you want. And then make it a point every single day to go through the list and just engage, like, comment, be there. People are gonna love seeing you because then they're gonna feel like, oh, I made a friend. That person is now supporting me on my content. He's liking my comments, he's liking my posts, he's commenting. Like, you want people to feel a sense of proximity because most people will not take the first action. They will not become a whale in the first action. They need to travel through the process and they need to feel like they've made a friend along the way and someone that they can trust and someone that will support them. So preserve their relationship. And a quick little pro tip that I have for you, and this is something I've worked on. So this is actually something that we use internally at Unfungible, and you can see, you know, I literally duplicated the exact same thing that we use, so I'll just delete these. Never mind. So here are the steps when it comes to the funnel that we created for you. Step number one is they are aware of us. Number two, they are engaged. They have responded to our DM. Number three, they have subscribed, which means they've booked a call. Subscribe, they've just exchanged a piece of information for the next step. Convert, they've converted into the outcome that we want, not necessarily converted into the end goal. They've converted into, they showed up to the call. Then we've excite, we had a positive call outcome. You know, some calls will be a DQ, you might get in and you just feel like it's not the right call. No problem, just wrap up that call quickly, move to the next one. Positive call outcome, excite, and then ascend, you've closed that person. These are the vocab that I've learned from business courses. Whether you want to use these or not, feel free to change them. Feel free to add as well to them. So maybe aware for you would be how many impressions you're getting, engage, how many comments you're getting. I would try to keep it as simple as possible. Focus on core metrics. And although it becomes tempting to start tracking every small thing, how many impressions I'm getting, how many comments I'm getting, I would invite you at first, especially in the beginning, just track the big needle movers. So you can have 1 million impressions, but you will get better business results if you have 1,000 messages sent. Like, that's a guarantee to you. And just to give you an idea of the scale that we are talking about, what I'm talking about is not having a couple calls per week. I'm talking about this becoming like a full-time thing. The founder that I referenced at the beginning of this section, they were doing calls, like 12 calls every single day, 12 30-minute calls. So it was like 6 hours, just calls for 2 months. That is the scale that you want to, and they were, by the way, 3 people doing that. So that is the scale of operations you want to think about. And I mean, just think about it, man. Imagine if you do 1,000 calls pre-launch, pre-TGE, whatever that outcome is for you. Imagine you do 1,000 calls with people and you have 1,000 people that genuinely know what you do now. Wouldn't that be better than just not having 1,000 people? Like, these are the most warmest people that will be in your ecosystem. And people will appreciate you doing this, believe me, because no one does. No one does this. No one spends time. No one is engaged. And remember, your consumers are not like you out there having calls with dev, calls with investors. Most people don't have a busy schedule, as busy as yours might be from a perceptions perspective. They think they're busy, but people will always make call for something that looks like an opportunity for them. So that's why, of course, you want to become a thought leader. You want to become respected. You want to have a product that is unique and sexy. And that will make it a lot easier for you to land the calls, especially the volume that you want to. So that is it, ladies and gentlemen, for the discovery call loop. And this gets us to move into the next section. Beautiful, ladies and gentlemen. So far in this training, we've looked at the pre-launch. Who is our ideal customer? How do we build a product that is unique and different and sexy to that ideal customer? Then we're talking about the launch kickoff. How do we overcome the cold start problem, as well as my beloved founder funnel strategy? Then we talked about the alpha strategy, influencer marketing collab, InfoFi spaces and live streams, and some alternative strategies. Then we started talking about the middle funnel multiplier, community commitment curve, discovery call loop strategy. And now just a couple quick words about the referral strategy. This won't be a very long one, but I've noticed something that is super viral and always gamified in Web3 is always find a way to include a referral system within your product. I know it sounds obvious, but because crypto is so speculative, people will always see value in having the ability to refer people. And I don't think there needs to be much of a crash course about why referrals and why they work. I think they just work. Going back to the community commitment curve, this is one of the steps. So create your referral link and then refer a friend. And then creating an incentive for how many friends you create. You can unlock certain bonuses. Again, think of it through the lens of the community commitment curve. All of a sudden, everything starts to make a lot more sense for you. And in Web3, again, like referral links, referral accounts, people love it. People think it's great. We've seen brands that take market share away from big competitors just because they had a good referral strategy. And for that specific point, the only strategy is just get to it. See someone who did a good strategy within your ecosystem. Every niche is different. Every niche has a different type of referral strategy. For example, you can refer people for them to only create an account. Another one, and this is something that I've recently heard from a founder I was speaking to, is for your account to unlock, you need to pass the baton to someone else. So you have to like give your referral to someone, and only when you do this does your account unlock. So it almost bakes in the flywheel. It forces people to refer people. It's not just, oh, I have some invites, let me like keep them, let me stack them. No, you're forced to refer someone, which kind of creates that little incentive loop, which I really like the idea. So there's that element as well. And there's a lot more strategies that go into play. I think when we're going to talk about the scarcity element, it might help you shape a little bit of your thinking in terms of how do I design my referral strategy. And then finally, for the middle of funnel, town hall, community, email marketing, Web 2 channels. Here's what I'll say. Top of funnel, you are optimizing for awareness. You're optimizing for eyeballs. You are going from a stranger to a less of a stranger. In the middle of funnel, what you want to do, and this is the example that I gave you when Leon, the people that come into the Unfungible funnel, at one stage you want to expose them to as much content as possible, because there's a direct difference in terms of how they convert and how much they pay and how long they stay. Same fundamentals apply for your project, ladies and gentlemen. It is not very different. The more time someone spends with you, the more likely they are to buy more from you, more with you, so they stay longer and in higher tickets. So the middle of funnel, a lot of it is what you want to think at this stage is, how do I increase the time my people are spending on my project? How do I create assets and processes that allow me to increase the time spent with people? The discovery call loop is one of them. When someone spends 30 minutes with a real human, especially if it's the CEO, they might enter lukewarm and they leave extra warm, super warming hot. That is the power of a 30-minute call. Now, how do we add new initiatives that also allows us to scale this? And that's where I want to invite you to think of a podcast. If you go on unfungible.xyz, there's a section at the bottom is Meet the Founder, and you have like 2 podcasts just there. If you go through the funnel of Unfungible, you see there's multiple videos that get sent through email marketing, through one-on-one touch points, through between calls. So we engineered the whole funnel to expose people to Unfungible. We have, for example, a dynamic Q&A that we integrated within the website. It's a special link. You won't find it openly. But what the dynamic Q&A is, it's very cool. It's a video of me speaking and welcoming people. Hey, welcome to this dynamic Q&A. Here's how it works. What you can see is, you can see some frequently asked questions right here. All you have to do is just click on one of them, and then it'll redirect you to the answer of the question. And then they click, and it takes them to another video of me answering the question. So instead of it being boring text, they can go through an FAQ and all of a sudden find themselves having spent 25 minutes watching Leon have FAQ. Imagine if you had FAQ questions that way for your project. Imagine if you have a podcast that you did with a creator, whether you paid, whether it's a team member, whether it's something that you just happen to have. Put the podcast in a way that is accessible. Make it the first thing that people see on your Discord. Make it the first thing people see on the first email, welcome email that they get after registering to your platform. Think at this stage in the middle of funnel, how do I expose people to my content, to me, and to my project for as long as possible? Townhalls are a great way of doing so. Creating routine in people, whether it's once a week, a town hall. Pudgy Penguins, for example, they have one every Sunday. They have the community town hall for an hour to 2 hours. Email marketing is another one, because people are seeing you in different platforms as well. When there are 1,000 products that are competing for the attention of your target audience on X, no one is doing that on email, because there's no one who is using email marketing. So that is a new platform. It's a new touch point that you can use to attract people, that you can use to build connections with people. The more touch points, the better. Think if you the founder have an Instagram account and you happen to be active on Instagram, just have them follow you. Make a call to action. Be like, hey guys, I'm on Instagram, go follow me. And bringing people into your world, having them see the more fun human side of you, less corporate. So just like you on Instagram, taking a picture of the dog, taking a picture of the donut, taking a picture of the sushi that you're having, you and your girlfriend, all these things, bring them into your world. Think at this stage, how do I create as much depth with my community versus width? And this right here will mark the end of phase number 3, which is middle funnel multipliers. And this brings us to phase number 4, which are what are the things that are going to increase the chances of the virality potential of my project. And there are 4 things. So the 4 virality enablers. The first one that we have is social proof. The second one is scarcity. The fourth one is hierarchy. And the fourth one is greed. This is people's greedy nature and how we can use all of these things in our marketing. So the first one we spoke about is social proof. And this is something that we spoke from the beginning during the overcoming the cold start problem, which is the goal is to get social proof right out of the gate. I'll go a little bit deeper on the social proof and how you can use it. So this is going to be a little bit more tactical. But I want you to think of this story. So social proof is super powerful. I remember, so I'm currently here in Dubai. I live next to the beach, and there's some nice restaurants right here downstairs on the beachfront. And I remember I was walking down one day with my girlfriend, and there was this one place, out of every place that was almost empty, there was one place with a queue outside of it. My girlfriend looks at me and she's like, we should try this place. And what happened in that moment, she saw the queue and she assumed that it's a good place because a lot of people are lining up for it. This is what social proof does. And you want to create the perception of social proof. Now imagine if that restaurant had a huge waiting list on, let's say, TripAdvisor, let's say on Google reservations. They were fully booked for the next year and you couldn't get in. But you didn't see the queue. You wouldn't know. You wouldn't know that there's social proof. And this is the point of social proof, is for it to be public. You want to show that you have a long wait list. You want to show that there is a queue. You want to engineer the queue almost within your project. So the strategy that I have for you for social proof is find ways to show your community that you are in high demand, that you have a great project. Find a way to show them the things that make you look good. The key word here is show. If you show your trailer to someone during the discovery call loop and they are like, this is amazing, this is the best thing that I've seen ever, take that snapshot, take their permission, take that snapshot, blur their face, and then share this. And use the caption, you are not ready for insert project. That's a great content piece. Let's say someone sends you a message being like, yo, this project is going to cook. Take a screenshot of this, put it throw it on your personal X. Find a way to amplify the social proof that might be happening behind the scenes. Find a way to make it public. Anytime someone tags you on social, make sure that you are distributing this, not only reposting. I see a lot of founders, by the way, like I don't understand this. People make content about the founder, how great the founder is, how great the project is, and they don't even retweet that piece of content. I'm like, bro, this is like perfect piece of content. You should be retweeting this. You should take a screenshot. You should quote retweet it with the screenshot, giving your own take. Like, make sure everyone on CT has seen that there are people speaking positively about your project. That is the goal of social proof. Make it public. Show how many people you have that registered in your email, if it's an impressive number. If you give invite codes, let's say you had 10 invite codes for the day. You give 10 invite codes and then they get eaten up quickly. Show that. And even design your campaign with the idea that you want to go through, you want to eat up the invites that you have. And that's the second point right here, which is scarcity. Point number 2. So we spoke about social proof. Now we have scarcity. Everyone understands that you can only have a certain limited amount of NFT minters, for example. You can only have a certain amounts of people buying into your pre-sale. You can only have a certain amounts of people buying into whatever you are selling. What I would like to invite you to do with scarcity specifically is, so here for social proof, we have show, and show. These are the 3 keywords. Step number 2 that I would invite you to do is to design social proof at every funnel step. Remember the community commitment curve that we looked at right here? I'm just going to draw it again. So this is step 1, step 2, step 3, step 4. What I would like to invite you to do is at every step, think about how you can create some level of scarcity. People want what most cannot get. So the moment you tell that, oh, by the way, I only have 10 invitations to my Discord. Do you want to be part of it? The conversion will be a lot higher than, hey, do you want to join the Discord? Or by the way, we only have 100 invitations. The first 100 people that deposit $1,000 will get the reward. By doing this, you're increasing the conversion rate at every step. And typically where people only think of scarcity is at the end. And the reason why is because scarcity is imposed on them. You can only have 10,000 NFT collections, NFT PFPs. You can only have 3 investors into your product, or else I'm just selling my company. I can only have X amount. So the scarcity is imposed on them. What I want you to do and to think about is how can you design scarcity within the process? So at every step of the community commitment curve that we looked at right here, whether it's joining the Discord, generating an account, joining our Twitter space, joining our town hall, depositing, trading, creating assets, referring a friend, voting on X. How can you create scarcity at every single step where you can only limit people by amount, or you can limit people by how many people can get in? What do I mean by this? By amount, did you know why in the supermarket when you go and you see an offer and it says 30% off, maximum 3 items? The reason why they do this is because they know that when you write maximum 3 items, the average person will take more items. So more people will take 3 items versus if it was just 30% off. So that's a form of scarcity as well imposed on the person. So think about the invite codes. If you only had 3 invite codes, people will be a lot more likely to invite 3 friends versus if they had infinite invite codes, or if they had 100 invite codes, or if they had 1. So think scarcity imposed on the individual. If people could invest a maximum of $1,000 in your pre-sale, they will be more likely to invest 1,000 versus if it was open. That's another example of imposed scarcity. Scarcity on the people versus on the individual becomes only 10 people can buy into the pre-sale. Only 10 people can get the 30% off on maximum 3 items. So you're imposing on the person. So let me write individual scarcity and then group scarcity right here. So think of how at every step you can introduce and design scarcity. And by the way, here's a pro tip that I have for you. Sometimes you might feel like you are forcing scarcity on people if it's like, do I really want to tell people that I can only take 10 calls today and only the first 10 people that hop on calls get the private invitation or the honorary or whatever that is? The reality is scarcity should never be fake. And if you have scarcity by design, you should tell people. So if you genuinely, and for example, like with us at Unfungible, we cannot physically take 25 clients in one day. Like it just, the math doesn't math. We cannot take this. It would break our company. So we can only take a certain amount of clients, which is absolutely true. Or else like I need to hire people, I need to train people. We have a long onboarding process for new team members. Like it has to be done well. So we make sure to let people know like, oh, by the way, like we can, just to let you know, like for the coming month, we can only take X amounts of projects. I'm just letting you know. And it's true, it's a reality. So for you, what is the literal scarcity that you have within your project? Maybe you can only take 3 calls per day. Maybe that is the limit that you have. So create scarcity. This right here is scarcity. Number 3 is hierarchy. Humans are hierarchical creatures by design. And the moment you introduce a way for people to grow their hierarchy within the group, people will be a lot more willing to work harder, longer to achieve that. Remember, like I was a big Call of Duty MW2 guy. I was sitting all day wanting to prestige and level up. Although I got nothing, I just wanted to level up my hierarchy within the group. So something else that I will invite you to think within each of these processes, especially the ones that have community element, like your Discord channel, like the leaderboard that you have. Maybe you have a leaderboard on your platform, which is a great way of showing hierarchy. Find a way to show hierarchy when you have a mass amount of people taking similar actions. So for Discord, for example, a hierarchy can be a bonus that they get by taking a certain action. Let's go back to the example of a platform, where let's say the first 100 people who deposit on your platform will get a certain OG role on Discord. So now you're combining three things. You're combining hierarchy and so what you're doing at this stage is you're combining scarcity with hierarchy, where you're creating scarcity in the hierarchy itself. That's an interesting train of thought, right? So combining the two together is an interesting way. So try to find ways. I remember seeing this post on X. It said, crypto marketing is actually very easy. All you gotta do is you gotta give people a leaderboard and they will do their thing. And it's very true. Crypto Twitter is very, hierarchy is very social driven. It's a very social industry. So try to find a way to include hierarchy. And the three things that we have right here, so the social proof, the scarcity, and the hierarchy, speak to the fourth one, which is people's greed. Let's be honest. People who are in crypto are in the space to make money. We happen to be in the financial industry. We are a sub-niche of the finance niche. So people are in crypto to make money. So what you want to do is you want to make it easy for your project to seem like something that can speak to people's greed. Let me give you an example. I remember there was this project on the timeline. One day it launched, it was in partnership with a big project. And then people started to play, the leaderboard did its thing, everything started the marketing was working very well for them. But then there was a tipping point where the whole thing caught on, and it was like, it took over. It went from a 5/10 hype to a 10/10 hype. What happened during that time is people started speculating on what could the potential return be from them engaging with that project. So it was like a social fi type of project. And all of a sudden, I remember the moment people started throwing numbers, it was like, hey, by the way, guys, I think the top 10 people might be getting like 6 figures and over by being on the leaderboard. The moment we started seeing these numbers float, hype went from a 5 to a 10 without changing anything else in the marketing. It went from a 5 to a 10 without changing anything else in the marketing. And although this cannot come out from the project itself, it's weird, what you do want to think about is how can you make it easier for people to speculate? How can you make it easier for people to have these wild goals? Like, how can you make something within the design of your product for perhaps the first spot to have outsized return versus everyone else? You know, like in the lottery, the crypto, welcome to the giant casino where everything is legal, lotteries included. In the lottery, for example, there's a reason why they make the number one prize absurdly big. It's because people will go for the number one prize, and although the second, third, fourth, and then the thousandths, it's not that appealing, it's not that big. But the number one prize, oh man, everyone wants to get there. So depending on what project do you have, think about how you can engineer a mechanism that will speak to people's greedy side as well. And usually when there is social proof, scarcity, and hierarchy in play for a financialized product like something in crypto, tokens, NFTs, rewards, it will trigger people's greeds. That's why we see FOMO. That is why FOMO is when greed meets scarcity. This is how FOMO is created. FOMO as a mathematical equation is greed plus scarcity plus urgency. I want to make a lot of money, only 1,000 people can do it, and I only have 2 hours left to do it. That's FOMO. So on this point, on this one, these are kind of the 4 virality enablers that you can think about when it comes to the design of your product. And as we wrap this up, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, if you've made it so far in this trading, first of all, I want to congratulate you. It says a lot about your willingness to learn and your discipline to stick through hours of content. So I want to shout you out. I want to make sure that your work is recognized. There are 2 points that I'd like to bring up with you. The first one is, should you hire a marketing agency? And my honest answer to this question is, I genuinely believe that 95% of projects should not be working with marketing agencies. The reason why is more often than not, the marketing agency ends up becoming the Achilles heel of your project, where you become dependent to the marketing agency to even stay relevant on the timeline. And what ends up happening is the project itself does not know how to generate attention by themselves, and which will naturally happen after launch. Your contract with the marketing agency will expire, and then you will find yourself not knowing how to create attention, how to generate, and you won't even know who is the community that you have because you weren't the one that generated it. So generally, like from the bottom of my heart, I say 95% of projects should not be working with agencies. I believe that you should learn how to generate attention in-house. Attention is money, and money is the lifeblood of every business. If you do not know how to generate your own attention, it will eventually dry up on you. And you will find yourself shackled, paying for every impression that you get. And you don't want to get to that position. So you should learn, how do you build attention in-house? How do you generate attention? Which is really the pretext of this entire training. Everything that I shared is how do you become better at generating your own attention. I've personally spent a lot of money, over $100,000 during my entrepreneurial career, just learning from other business owners, getting mentors and consultants, joining groups and programs, just partaking in business courses. So I understand the value of paying for someone else's expertise, and that is how I want you to think about hiring agencies. You should own your marketing channel, your marketing and distribution channels, but then if there are certain specialists in the industry that, okay, these guys, they have all the good podcasts, or these guys, they have all the good influencers, or these guys, they do this thing better than everyone else. And although I can learn it, working with them will shortcut the learning curve. And instead of me paying 6 months of ignorance debt, of me trying to figure it out on the field, I'll just learn how to do it on the call, during my process with them. So that's how I would think about hiring agencies. Take small pieces and outsource these small pieces out. But please do not think about just getting an agency that will do the go-to-market for you. Please don't do this. And finally, the big question, which is, how does the game change post-launch? And as you might be imagining by now during this training, we're this far out, you've probably realized that the vast majority of this training was pre-launch. How do you acquire customers? How do you get to launching your project? And post-launch is a very different game. A lot of it starts to relate to your ability to ship products, and it relates to your ability to start to keep the narrative in your favor. Everything we did so far is to give you the fighting chance that your product deserves. So if you're selling a shitty product, you're gonna get shitty results. And I apologize for my French, but that is a reality. And the only other thing that you can do is, because no matter how good of a product you have, you're still gonna need to bring attention to it. And this is something that I've learned from someone who has worked very closely with Luca Nets from Pudgy Penguins. So we work directly with Abstract, for example, but I know someone, a founder, who has been mentored by Luca Nets. That founder is a very good friend of mine. And he told me, he was like, you know, Leon, one of the things Luca told me is, before launching, I should have a series of announcements for the next 90 days after launch. And these are like the real marketing starts after launch. And I should have all these announcements ready to drop, tuck, 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 right after launch. Because what happens after launch, it becomes very much a game of headlines. Who has the best headline? Who can get the best headline? If you think of Pudgy Penguin, and I've referred them a lot because I personally think Luca has pioneered the game of Web3 marketing. If you notice Pudgy Penguins, a lot of what they do now is just headline marketing. Pudgy Penguins is now in Asia. Pudgy Penguins has made it to Walmart. Pudgy Penguins has done this. Pudgy Penguin is in the White House. Luca Nets is part of the committee to do XYZ. Pudgy Penguins is on Insert Exchange. It's all headline marketing. And what you want to do is, if you have a strong community and strong marketing, use that to amplify these headlines. So you want to make every single headline bigger than it seems almost. You want to make it bigger than it seems. And a big way of doing so is by using the whisper, tease, shout methodology that we looked at before earlier during this training. So whisper that something big is coming. Tease the feedback that you've gotten about that thing. A good friend of mine launched a project, and what he did, he teased the teaser. So they were launching a teaser, and then what he did is he collected testimonials about the teaser. He collected reaction videos of people being like, holy shit, this is crazy. And then he made a compilation of 2 minutes of people being like, holy shit, this is amazing. And then he created a teaser for the teaser itself. How can you become good at the game of headline marketing? And the final thing that I will say on that specific point is top of mind becomes especially important. Crypto is a very, very, very competitive industry. We have a very small TAM, total addressable market, and we have a lot of companies fighting for the attention of that addressable market. So what happens very often is after launch, hype will decay. Again, the law of hype decay. You will not be able to sustain the launch. Like whatever you try, after you launch, hype will crash. Your token will go down. Like this is a reality of existence. If a token goes up, it will go down. The worst thing that can happen to a project is not that the price goes down, because it will more often than not. The worst thing that can happen to a project is for you to disappear from the map and no one to hear back from you. You disappear from the map. Because when people forget about you, they will never buy back into you. Even if one day they wake up and they're like, let me find my next find my next risky play. They will not think of you first. When people are like, ooh, the narrative of AI agents is very hot. Let me go find that AI agent project that I saw a couple months ago. They will not remember you. The goal is to remain top of mind with people, which is a big reason right now what we're seeing is we are seeing the concept of CT leads catch on. A CT lead, if you haven't been paying attention, is pretty much a big creator on the timeline becoming an ambassador for a big business. We've seen Coinbase have a CT lead now. We've seen AVAX have a CT lead. We've seen Proof of Play, a gaming company, have a CT lead. And what these guys do is these are people with big platforms. And what their main goal is to keep the project they represent top of mind. That way, every time I think of creator one, I automatically associate them with company. So then all of a sudden, because I see creator one all the time on my timeline, I will all of a sudden see creator two on my timeline. That is how the CT lead works. And the goal is just to remain top of mind, to stay top of mind, to stay top of mind. When you stay top of mind, and then every once in a while, you have a big announcement that comes out. And when you succeed enough, you do enough of these with enough of these, eventually you have people being like, you know what? I'm gonna buy into this project. I'm gonna buy into this. I'm gonna register. It's coming. This is post-launch marketing right here. It is post-launch marketing. This is exactly what I just described. So think of this right here and the eventual this. And then when this happens, you want it to echo very loudly. Ideally, everyone in the industry has to see it. This right here is post-launch marketing. Ladies and gentlemen, I had personally a great time sharing the time we have together during this training. I wish you the best of luck with your project. Again, I am supporting from afar. I wish you nothing but the best. Send me a message on X letting me know if you watched the training, if you liked it, what did you think of it. I'm Leon Abboud. I'm the founder and CEO at Unfungible, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye.